Hello and welcome. The game we are playing today is Warhammer 40,000 Space Marine. Yes, I've played through this game twice in the past. One time when it was brand new, and the other time was, I think it was like about a year ago. I'm not sure, but we're gonna be starting over from the beginning. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. Xenos invasion force detected. Invasion target Graia. I like that they're like actually using like the... It looks very similar to like the Codex art. Manufactorum Ajax? Industrial output. Warlord class Titan. Ah, yes, I'm getting flashbacks. Strategic value absolute. Xenos invasion in progress. Recommend course of action. Deploy capital weaponry. Negative. Estimated reduction in... Affirmative. Minor elements in system. Estimated time of delay unacceptable. Loss of strategic assets on Graia. Escalate area denial. Affirmative. Execute request order Adeptus Astartes Ultra. Response incoming. Deploying the Ultramarines. Yes, this is a very nice shot. Sega. Wow, I guess I have not looked at who's making Space Marine 2. Is Sega doing that one as well? I would presume they are. But this is a nice shot. A nice ambient shot. A Relic Entertainment production. Maybe not. Maybe Relic Entertainment, maybe they found somebody else to do it.
Captain Titus, the Orcs have massacred the Forge World's forces, and they have taken the planetary defense weapons.
You know, it's a shame you have to use mods to change their outfits.
Their backs while they loot the Titan war machines.
Because there are a bunch of official outfits for the Space Marines in this game for multiplayer.
Find another way down.
Hi, Captain. Thunderhawk Lancer Joe returning to launch bay.
Because this game actually has a pretty decent horde mode and multiplayer feature. Which makes me wonder if they're planning on bringing that back for the new one.
This is your plan.
We need to get to the surface to take out the gun battery. Or do you want to go home already, Sergeant?
Not before having a word or two with the Orcs.
Is that wise, Captain? The Codex Astartes does not support this action.
Try to keep up.
Yeah, that guy criticizes us the whole time, and then accuses us of being corrupted by chaos at the end. Hopefully we get to see that dude die in the sequel. Yeah, this is a nice sequence. Do I get to actually pilot this dude here? Maybe not. Maybe it's just when we land on the ship. Because we do get a descending sequence we can control much, much, much later in the game. Part 1, Planetfall. But yeah, this this intro is very strong, right? Descending from the sky onto an enemy ship like this is a very good intro. But yeah, I wonder. Yeah, it's got the Batman mechanic. Which is curious, because at the time this game got compared to Gears of War a lot, but yeah, the melee aspect is drawing much more from like Arkham Asylum kind of combat. And the old over-the-shoulder is kind of like Gears, but not really since there's no cover. Yeah, we regain health by doing this. So it's encouraged. But yeah, I would say that them including like a multiplayer function is probably not necessary in the new one. They might do it, but I haven't been following that close with what features they're saying is going to be available. I've only seen like the gameplay footage of the campaign, which looks great. But we're like back when this game came out, it was very common to mix games with multiplayer and like versus multiplayer modes and a campaign. Nowadays, it's not nearly as common. It's like a game does one or the other, for the most part. There are some exceptions to the rule, but nowadays, it's much more common for a game that is being developed to spend all their resources on one thing, make it completely focus on multiplayer or single player. Because the chances that your multiplayer are going to be, your multiplayer like features are going to be as popular as the game that is solely multiplayer focused is probably not good. And games like, you know, the biggest of the big that can afford anything that spend obscene amounts of money on their games like Call of Duty, they don't count, right? Like Gears and Halo still do it. But it's absolutely only because they are from that era. They are like a relic of the past still doing it. Which if the Halo games, to be honest, if they did not focus on multiplayer, and they instead focused on like good co-op experiences in their campaigns, online co-op experiences, they're more modern ones. Obviously, the old school ones had great multiplayer campaigns. But if the new ones focused on that, if they made that the priority, they probably would have done better. Let somebody else do the multiplayer, thing. I mean, I guess Halo didn't want to let go of it. But I mean, that's what Destiny is, right? The original devs evolving the concept over time, and then Halo was just trying to hold on to the old style of development. But yeah, this game I've mentioned this before in other videos, but this game, when it came out, it was definitely unfairly criticized. It was like considered like a bad Gears of War at the time. People couldn't help but compare this game to the other. Like, it came out in an era where everybody had to compare games to the thing that was the best currently. So if you weren't Halo 3, if you weren't Gears of War,
Captain
well, your
Titus,
game must
come
be
in.
bad.
Damned orcs shot me off course. I've had no word from Leandros, but I'm picking up Vox chatter from Imperial Guard forces on the ground.
I scarcely thought any would be left alive, much less still fighting.
Heading towards the front lines now.
I will meet you there.
And I'm glad we are out of that era. That nowadays, that is much less the case. That games are just kind of... Nowadays, there's so many games, and the rapid progression of games has slowed significantly, that now games are just kind of judged on an individual basis. Yeah. Which, it was a curious time back then. What's over here? The rapid improvement phase of gaming. Really? There's nothing over here? Yeah, someone back then would have won over there. Like, right after playing Gears of War, back whenever this game came out, whether it was like 2007 earlier, I don't remember. And they would have been like, what? No dog tag over here like Gears of War would have put? Terrible game.
Access authorized. The Emperor be with you, Space Marine.
Okay, the .998 Godwin pattern bolter is the characteristic Space Marine battle rifle, firing self-propelled explosive-tipped rounds. Right trigger to fire, RB to reload.
I'm gonna kill him first.
But yes, the rapid improvement of games has come to a halt just because we hit a point in game development, right, where suddenly the time to make a game is too long. That maybe games could evolve even further and better. But games take so long to make nowadays that it has stagnated the evolution of them. Any game taking 5 to 10 years to make.
This way!
They got no way out of there.
It's like, well, we can't be more ambitious than what we already are, right? Because it would take forever. Games would take 20 years to make. And what if it was bad? What if you spent 20 years on a game and it was bad? But yes, memes nowadays love to talk about the period of rapid advancement in games. Like they're saying anything significant. The memes where it's like, oh, this is what you think was 20 years ago. This is what actually was 20 years ago. And it, you know, trying to like, I don't know, like whatever the point of that is, to make you feel old or something. But it's like, oh, yeah, just wait 10 years from now when you do that same meme and the games look the same or worse. Like the new ones look the same or worse than the games 20 years before that. Because that's what we're getting to now. Right, do that same meme, but with like that new what was it? Until Dawn remake. Right? Do that same meme, but with Until Dawn. Okay, that was a weird finish. Just because I was like in the middle of meleeing that dude. But yes, this is the guy that thinks we've been corrupted by chaos. I do hope he dies in the new one. If he manages to come back for the sequel, I hope he dies. Just have him get torn apart by a swarm lord.
The Codex Astartes warns against using jump packs to leap blindly into enemy fire, and for good reason.
Crushed in half by a Carnifex.
Why do you still interpret the Codex so narrowly?
I looked at its rules for guidance.
We all
Ambush assassinated by a lictor.
But there are also benefits to thinking for yourself. Yes.
Blown to pieces by an exocrine when he's not paying attention.
Enemy sighted.
You know, that's the thing about 40K is that, like, I did just think about Gears of War and how Gears of War is like much more of a light-hearted game when you think about the characters. There's a lot of comic relief characters and jokey elements, right? And 40K has that, but it's like the orcs, right? Unless you're doing an orc campaign, you're not gonna get it. When it's the humans, you're really, really not gonna get it. Unless it was like take for example Gears of War 1, the spot where Carmine gets sniped.
I want to know how.
That's not a comic relief moment, but that probably would not happen in a 40K game unless, because that would never happen to a Ultramarine, right? It would have to be like an Imperial Guardsman. They would only let that happen to an Imperial Guardsman. It'd have to be like a Space Marine walking by and an Imperial Guardsman being like, "My gun is jammed," and then the same thing happening. But yeah, the reason I thought of that was because the exocrine splattering this guy when he's not paying attention. They wouldn't do that. They would only do that to an Imperial Guardsman. They would not let that happen. They would not let a pseudo comic relief moment like that happen to this guy. I don't remember when this game starts to get real tough. I mean, actually, yes, I do. The difficulty really ramps once you're done with the orcs, really. Like, when chaos gets introduced, that's when it gets really tough.
My lord.
But in terms of the orcs, I don't remember exactly when it gets tough.
Wise guardsmen, you saved yourselves.
This guy, my gun's jammed.
We would be, my lord, if not for the lieutenant.
Where will we find this lieutenant?
At the front lines. Follow the trench network to the lieutenant's command bunker.
Carry on, guardsmen. We rendezvous with Sidonus, then we find this lieutenant. We need updated intel on the gun battery.
Yes, 40K in general is a much more serious franchise than what when the hell was that?
Continue through the plaza. The bunker is beyond that.
Like the game froze and got all fuzzy. It freezing is like one thing, but like the weird way it got fuzzy, that was strange.
Remarkable. A few hundred against 1 million orcs. They fight on.
Only in death.
No. Get off! My legs. I can't feel my legs.
I got to see a space marine before then.
Who can't feel their legs? Is it you?
Watch over those who fight with my name.
Can't be that guy. Is that Randy Couture on that table? It sure looks like it. Oh yes, I do not have a... No, there we go. We do have a run.
Captain, I'm in position at a broken monument near the guard lines.
Quotas must be met.
Soon we're gonna get introduced to the
Delinquency is
the Imperial Guard lady, wherever she is. Oh, that guy. This guy's cool. I think he dies at some point in this game.
I see you found something to keep you busy.
Worry not, Captain. I've saved some orcs for you. The orcs have got that gun well defended, no mistake. But typical orc behavior would be to dismantle or destroy the gun.
And certainly not use it to keep our forces at bay. There's a strategy behind it. Their leader is no fool.
But yeah, there is a
This
ton.
getting interesting.
There's a ton of alternate outfits for the Space Marines
That was the
that you
orcs
can
must
unlock in
have
multiplayer.
I take it. Did he survive?
If the Horde hasn't turned on itself, it's still under his control.
But they're only usable in multiplayer.
Through here.
I wonder if Games Workshop would let them, if they made, like, if somebody made a Catachan Jungle Fighter game. If somebody made a Catachan Jungle Fighter game and made like the squad, the main squad, all goofy, well, maybe not all, but like a good number of them goofy comic relief characters like you find in Gears of War. I wonder if Games Workshop would be okay with that. Would they let a dev team do that? Because thinking about it, Catachan Jungle Fighters probably would be the only ones that would get away with it, really. Since the Catachan Jungle Fighters really are like, what if US troops from Vietnam had to fight aliens? Like, that's really what they are. Which, it's actually curious how abandoned the Catachans have become over the years. Like, they really have been abandoned. But at a certain point in time, back in like 2nd edition 40K, they were like the cover for like the Imperial Guard. They were the cover army. It was not the Cadians on the cover of the Codex for the 2nd edition Imperial Guard. It was the Catachan Jungle Fighters. Then for 3rd edition they separated them and made, you know, the Cadians the focus of that codex. And then gave the Catachans their own, like, mini codex. What are you shooting at? Oh, there they are. Pick up grenades. But yeah, I cannot wait to play Space Marine 2. and see what it's like going up against hordes of Tyranids in that.
Dropship incoming!
Definitely can't destroy that. Though it would be cool if we could. Out of ammo. Oh, these guys. It's a knob. I always forget this was like the old style, the old design for the knob. Oh, jeez, I thought I rolled. Oh, fuck! Well, that would have been a lot cooler if we got to see it. 1, 2, 3, stun.
We thought we were done for. Where is your commander, Guardsman?
Inside, but the door is sealed.
I believe they will let us through. Imperial Guard, we are Ultramarines. Open this door.
Space Marines.
Man, I gotta play through Fire Warrior one of these days. It's so crazy that there's even a Fire Warrior game. That they didn't do a Imperial Guard. I wonder if at some point they thought about making it an Imperial Guard one. And then somebody in the decision-making process decided to pivot to a Tau game. But it's crazy. It's crazy that that's real. That there's a Tau first-person shooter.
Hold the line and stay alive.
Aye, Lieutenant.
And by the way, getting this game to run in 1080p, it's not exactly difficult, but man, is it weird.
Second Lieutenant Mira, 203rd Cadian Regiment.
Captain Titus of the Ultramarines.
You are in command.
I'm all that's left, my lord. Unless my commanders rise from the grave. So far, they seem content to stay...
I'll explain after this cutscene.
The scouts have returned to forward base.
How many?
2.
Damn. I sent out 10. That damn gun. We don't have the numbers to make an assault. And as you might have seen, it's shooting down all our support vessels.
That is why we are here.
She lives, I'm pretty sure.
Come with me, then. I should warn you, my lords. We've got a slight orc problem down here.
Yeah, everybody here lives except for that old guy. But yeah, when you load up the game, because this is the Steam version, it loads up in some weird resolution and aspect ratio. Why it does not load up on 1080p as the default, I don't know. Right? Like, maybe while they were spending so much money on the second one, they could have... They could have just made a small update.
Access authorized.
Fury unlocked. Oh, yes. Okay, meter. All your close combat attacks are enhanced and you regain health. Fury mode drains the Fury meter, ending when the meter is empty.
What do you know of the Titans on this planet?
Only that our troops were sent to guard the Titan Invictus at manufactorum Ajakis. That was 2 weeks ago, and we've lost contact with them.
We need to reach that Titan.
Your fastest route is across the...
I remember that being a very cool part of the campaign.
Leads directly to the western gates of the manufactorum.
But yeah, it starts in some weird aspect ratio, and then you have to, like, cycle through a bunch of them.
Stuck on bloody Forge World and not a single tech priest in sight.
Like, you have to go through, like, you have to rotate through, like, 7 options until you get to 1080p. when you're in the aspect ratios. It's some weird amount. It's way too many. So it's in there. Which, last time I played this game, I don't think I found it. I think I just did it on the weird aspect ratio. And then, like, just stretched the video afterwards. Yeah, why not? Why not get in there? While we're still facing easy orcs. We'll save ammo while we can.
Crush the Space Marines!
Too slow. There we go. I was hoping to like gain invulnerability by getting the execution, but it was like a second too slow. Okay, what's over here? Nothing, just a bunker. All right, moving on. One of these games, or no, one of these days, I'm gonna have to go back and play not only Fire Warrior, but Doom 3 as well. Every time I play these old-timey games like this, from this era, it makes me want to play Doom 3, even though Doom 3 was a little bit older. This guy's got to get out of my way.
The orcs hold the trenches beyond the ruins and the battlements beyond that.
And the gun battery.
The orcs took it almost as soon as we got here. Nearly 2 weeks ago. Our unit
I didn't tell it to throw down the gun there. It did that itself.
before they gained control. Now none of our ships can get past the gun.
But yeah, in multiplayer, there's different classes, like that you can be an assault marine that has constant access to a jump pack, which is great. I wish you could do that in the main campaign. If it instead of it being like a very rare resource you can find, it'd be great if it was like something you could choose. If there was like an upgrade path you could choose for your guy. If you could choose to spec into Assault Marine, it'd be great.
Weapons authorization confirmed. Access granted.
Okay, zoom and fire. This modified bolter equipped with targeter and high accuracy shells is able to fell enemies from great distances. The Stalker bolter functions equally well as a precision battle rifle or a sniper rifle. Well, we'll use it. I want to conserve ammo, so we'll use it only if we have to.
That's where the orcs breached the gun battery. We haven't been able to make it inside the wall. There just aren't enough of us.
You have survived this long on your own, Lieutenant. You have done well. But you are no longer alone. We will retake the gun. You will get your reinforcements.
You know, considering how big the Ultramarines are, like, they did this to make it look like a more natural size difference. You know, just making it look like it's a regular girl and a big guy. But, like, in reality, is that girl, like, actually really tall? You know, is that girl, like 6 foot tall, you know? She might be.
Space Marine, again! Orcs on the high ground. Cannons of bits! Again! Shoot me again! Get clear! Kill the Space Marines!
Oh man, come on.
Kill them Space Marines!
I did not. I was botching that because I was trying to move at the same time. I was like moving out of, just out of having it in my sights, but I was trying not to get shot at the same time, but it wasn't worth it.
It's a fight now! Space Marines! Explosives!
Yeah, that, I don't know when that new Gears of War game is coming out that they... that they announced that, the Emergence Day one. On one hand, I am excited for it because I, like everybody else that played through all the Gears of War games, had been saying forever, like, what are they doing? Why have they not just done an Emergence Day game? You know, that's what everybody was saying for, I mean, since they did Gears 4, really.
It's the Space Marines!
Ever since Gears 3, that's what everybody was saying, right? They were like, Judgment Day or whatever the Baird one is, why did you do this and not Emergence Day? So on one hand, I am excited that they finally are doing it, but on the other hand, I am cautiously optimistic. Like, well, I'll be really glad if it's really good, but I want to see some more gameplay first. Because while Gears 4 and 5 are not bad, they sure are not as good as Gears 1, 2, and 3. I forgot about that. He was on the ground and it vacuumed him back up to get executed. But yeah, that's the only reason I'm cautiously optimistic. It's like, well, hopefully you guys do it justice. If the team that did like Gears 3 immediately did Emergence Day after Gears 3 back in the day, I would have had nothing but confidence in it. What am I stuck on? I have not read all of the Gears of War books. I've only read one, actually.
Look at these cables.
There must be powering orc contraptions across the battlefield.
And it was the one that depicts how... It tells you how Dom's brother died.
Captain, assault support pods were dropped in this area.
I sure hope it does not cover that story. That's all I'll say. But I think that was well after Judgment Day. Or not Judgment Day, E-Day.
We will deal with the orcs down here.
Yeah, this thing has always been cool. Oh, geez, that's right. You gotta hold it. Wrong way. Wow, got him out of midair. That's fancy. Oh, geez, landed right on the explosives. Where did he go? Yeah, that's the move I was trying to remember how to do. That's what we need to be doing.
Space Marines!
But yeah, the only reason I say I hope they don't base it off of that book is that I think most books, not all, most books based off of existing IPs are uninspired is the word I'll use. Because it's usually like a publisher, an author that works for a publisher is assigned that IP and is like, all right, you're gonna write an IP, you're gonna write a story about this IP. Maybe they're given exact details about what the story needs to be about. And then they just are let loose. They weren't inspired from the get-go. They were told what to do. And that kind of stuff really shows in writing. Like, it was just a job. It was just a job. Commissioned stories. Commissioned novels for IPs. They really show. It's really obvious that that's what they are. As opposed to something like, if you compare it to like the Witcher novels, since the Witcher novels came first, right? Like that dude clearly had vision and inspiration for that story, obviously, because it was good enough to spawn a whole franchise after all. But yeah, not always, but that's just how a lot of books for IPs go. Where are we going? In here?
No room for that jump pack, Captain.
Yeah, there is.
That rock delivered the orcs right into the gun fortress.
Okay. Think I'm heading the right way. I'm trying to think of like one novel or an existing IP like that that I don't think of that way. And
those guardsmen cannot survive.
It's not going well. Nothing's coming to mind.
To destroy the gun.
Access to experimental vengeance launcher granted.
A vengeance launcher.
That sounds promising.
Okay, experimental Graia pattern vengeance launcher is a specialized launcher for magnetized fusion charges which adhere to walls and enemy armor. Oh yes, I remember this thing. Remember that thing being very useful. I'm still gonna save it until we absolutely need it though. Like, I remember I read a 40k book where it was about, like, a 40k guardsman. It was the equivalent of, like, a 40k guardsman teaming up with some Catachan jungle fighters to fight orcs in the jungle, kind of thing. And
look here, Captain.
I don't remember what it was. I don't remember the name of this book.
And this whole fortress will come down.
But it very much.
Gun shells. Leandros, you do the chapter proud.
It very much was that kind of thing, where it felt generic, it felt commissioned. And to compare that to, like, the brief story you get in that DACA Squadron game we played, with the Mechanicus head misleading the orc that wants to be war boss. All of that felt so much more inspired than that 40k book I read. But that book did have two sides to it. It would change POV between the guardsman and an orc, because it did the typical thing of, like, once again, same thing, you follow an orc. You follow an orc that rises up from just being a boy to a knob to a boss, you know, that kind of thing. It's the typical cliche generic orc story, but that part wasn't bad. That part was better than the guardsman story in that book. I will say that. You know, I probably would have said it felt more inspired and less generic if it was only the orc story and didn't have the Imperial Guardsman story in there at all, to be honest. Because it was very basic, that book. It was like, it was the typical kind of story of, guy signing up for war, or kid signing up for war, gets in over his head, but then slowly becomes a respectable soldier by the end kind of thing. It's one of those kind of stories, but, you know, there's 1,000 better ones out there. It very much was clear that like that was what the author did, was like, all right, I'll do the trope of the guy. They go into, you know, the Starship Troopers trope of like, you're Johnny Rico, you're going into the military the first time to fight the aliens. Except it's obviously nowhere near as interesting as Starship Troopers.
They're not about to run short of ammunition.
Yeah, I mean, conserving ammo has been working. I saw that thing. You know, I don't know the lore of the squigs at all. I don't actually understand what they are at all. I've never bothered to, like, look up what they are. Like, I obviously know all the orcs being, like, fungus plant stuff. You know, obviously I know all that. That book that I mentioned sure doesn't cover squigs. But yeah, you hear things, you hear orcs occasionally say things about their targeting squigs, or how they wish they had a targeting squig. And I see those things running around, and I'm like, what? I'm like, what the hell? Is that why a war boss has one? Because it's their targeting squig? I just don't get it. I'm like, man, I gotta look up what the hell these things are supposed to be. Because I don't know what benefit they have. Like, when you see them like that, where they just got bombs strapped to them, I'm like, well, they clearly didn't figure, they clearly did not use them for any kind of, like, targeting capabilities in this. They just used them as fodder to be blown up. Yeah, and the legally distinct goblins, I don't know.
Here, Captain. We need to get the shell into that loader.
The legally distinct goblins, the, whatever they're called. Grotkins or whatever. I don't know what their lore is either. If they're supposed to be fungus like the orcs too or not.
There. I will place the charge on that shell. Now to move the shell into place.
Yeah, I think like, I have not read too many 40k books. I think I've only finished 2. The one I mentioned earlier, and the only other one that I finished was Ravener Rogue.
The orcs will feed it right into the gun's chamber.
And that one was pretty good.
Sidonus. We follow the shell up and make sure it reaches its destination.
Aye. Now back to the lift.
to be honest, I don't remember a whole lot of it. I remember bits and pieces, but I don't remember a whole lot of it. That one I read a long time ago. But that one I remember being pretty good. Like, one of the only scenes that, like, sticks out is that at some point, some chaos thing, like, just all of a sudden appears, like it gets summoned from the warp. Some massive tentacle writhing thing, and a bunch of people die. I remember that. And at some point, they get, like, sent through a portal, him and his crew. To, like, a desert planet, maybe? That apparently is overrun with Tyranids. And they have to, like, try and get the portal back up and running. And get through. Before dying, kind of thing. Before the Tyranids reach them. So yeah, me saying, oh, it's good. It's like, well, considering I don't remember any of it, I don't really remember the book. Those are like the two things I remember. I remember the feeling of it being good while I was reading it, but I guess I don't really know at this point since I have such a foggy recollection of it. Wow, you were pretty far away, bud. I don't think you should have been able to hit me. See, conserving ammunition was for the best. Just like saving our super meter was for the best. Because we had it for the stronger guy. Which people always, for some reason, there's like a subsection of viewers that don't like it when you save ammunition or when you save your meter. They're like, use the meter more, use your ammo more. They do that a lot on plenty of different games, and it's like, no, thank you. No, thank you. This is they like specifically. I don't forget. I'm not forgetting that I have these guns. I am specifically choosing not to use them, so that I will have ammo when I need it for things that are tougher.
Chopper's coming!
Okay, the grapple failed me there. Trying to grab someone that did not have the marking above them.
Kill you for that! Shoot me again!
Well, conserving ammo definitely makes things tougher. but at the same time, not that much tougher.
Smash those Space Marines! Space Marines! It's a fight now!
You know, speaking of random sci-fi franchise books, there's this one. I did not finish this book. It was a Star Wars book.
There, the secondary lift.
That was like specifically in the POV of Padme Amidala, okay? And it takes place, it's like a book that's like it's like a bridge book in between episode 1 and 2. And it had a bunch of really good reviews, is why I decided to read it. I was like, well, it's got good reviews, maybe it's good. And to its credit, it was not bad, the stuff that I did read. I definitely was not the demographic for it. It definitely is like, I guess I should have seen this coming. I don't know why I didn't. But it is like a woman demographic book. That is like a romance novel. But like, takes you into the perspective of, like, not only Padme, because obviously they can't have her romancing up Anakin when he's still a kid, but they go into, like, her handmaiden's perspective, one of them. The one that's like her double in the first movie. But the reason I bring this up is not, like, to say that, but it's to say that I wish I did not read the portion of that book that I did, because like I said, I didn't finish it. Marksman mode. Enter Fury mode, then left trigger to enter Marksman mode. Marksman mode ends when Fury mode is empty and you release left trigger. Does not affect turreted weapons. But the reason I wish I did not read it was because it changed how I viewed the character of Padme for, like, the worse.
There's our shell. The orcs have pulled it out of sequence.
Like, when you watch episode 1 and 2...
Leandros, get the shell into that loader. I will cover you.
When you watch episode 1 and 2, you get to 2, and you get the impression that, like, Padme has not been, like, thinking about Anakin all these years. That she's been just, like, doing her job and that's it, right? Like, that he's been obsessing over her all these years and that it's, like, not the other way around. And while she does not, like, obsess over Anakin the same way, the same way he does, she does use a lot of her mental space all right, hold on.
Enemy sighted.
Okay.
Agreed. Find an exit.
Alarm. Reset severe structural damage.
Okay, we did it. Oh, right to cutscene. Okay. But yeah, what I was saying, that book, while it doesn't make you think that she's been like thinking about Anakin over the years the same way, to the same extent, or in the same way that he has been thinking about her. What it does make you think about is that like a lot of her mental real estate has been taken up by thinking about the slaves of Tatooine in general, and she even tries to like launch a like secret like rescue operation to free the Tatooine slaves, including Anakin's mom. Okay.
What is your situation, Lieutenant?
We're gathering our wounded and are heading to the Andres habitation.
Which they are not successful in doing.
With the cannon down, our support craft will land there.
Very well. My battle brothers and I must secure any operational Warlord-class Titans before the Orcs can loot them.
Good luck.
And that's all fine. That's not what makes that's not what like makes Padme questionable in my mind. The thing that made her questionable in my mind is that it, like, at least for me reading it, it put the idea in my head of like, because she spends a lot of time thinking about this stuff in the book. You get a lot of POV into her head, and it puts the thought in your head of like, if Anakin had just been a regular kid on Tatooine and not like a slave that needed her saving, would she have dated him when he was an adult? And at least the book version of Padme, that version of Padme, I'm not convinced she would have. Like, there's a part of me after reading that book, I'm like, oh my god, book Padme kind of has a weird savior complex thing going on. Of like, I'm not convinced she would have hooked up with Anakin if he was not a little boy slave that she saved from Tatooine. If he had just been, like, if they had done everything else together, but he had not been, like, a charity case that they saved, I don't think that version of Padme would have given a shit. Which is, like, so terrible. And that's why I wish I did not read that book. Because it's like, oh my god, I did not need to have this idea, this version of Padme in my head. Okay, yeah, ammo up there.
Now that bridge is a testament to the might of the Imperium.
The Adeptus Mechanicus are masterful architects.
Their work outlived all of them.
That is a big, yeah, that is, oh, he said their work outlived all of them? What, all the Adeptus Mechanicus on the... Oh, I guess maybe just in this particular place they are all dead. And all the ones that were here were responsible for this bridge then? Yeah, you can't really get the whole view of it.
What in Quilliman's name is that?
the Lieutenant not say these tracks went to the complex housing the Titans?
That thing is a battering ram.
But yeah, this will be the last thing I say about Padme. But after reading that, it like made it so I recontextualize all the scenes. Like all the scenes that people like complain about in Clone Wars of like Anakin as being a total psycho. How can she be so tolerant of this? It made me like it made me view it from that lens of like she's not thinking about this like in any logical way. She's like viewing Anakin from a very different lens than an objective one about him just being psycho. Instead, like as he's being psycho, she's still thinking about him as the grown version of this little slave boy that she saved, and like just like thinking about all the injustice in his life and all that, and how it justifies, or maybe not justifies, but she's like instantly forgiving it because of that lens. And it's like, God, I wish I didn't know that. I wish I just thought she was out of her mind from the other way of just like not seeing how psycho he was, not like seeing how psycho he was and being okay with it because he's this like this cherry case that she saved from Tatooine.
Time to die, humans!
But, you know, who knows? Maybe that book isn't canon anymore. And I mean, really nothing's canon, right? Like, Star Wars is put together by so many different authors. Like, no single author's take on any character is the same as another's. Like a lot of fans obsess about canon. For various franchises, what is canon, what is not. But really, like this is something I learned how to view things from being into comics for so long. Because in comics, the authors change so often that like when the writer of like your favorite character changes, like you've been following along this character for 100 issues, right? Something like that. And then they change and they're suddenly being wrote by a different author. You would think that like for a sense of continuity, a sense of canon, that the character should feel exactly the same. Like when people talk about character consistency in art. They talk about it being on model, right? Between different artists. I don't know what the equivalent term of that is for writers. Of, like, the personality of a character being on model compared, like, no matter which author you're reading, the character feels the same. But that is simply not how it goes. When you change characters, when you change writers in comics, the character will suddenly feel completely different. It won't even feel like the same character you've been reading.
Now to stop this ram. Time to impact.
No more than 6 minutes.
Time enough.
For the past, like, 100 issues. This happens a lot. Some characters that are more silent and brooding, it's easier to get away with. Right? Like Wolverine, because you don't have to have him say much, and you just have him say bub and then go, like, slice up some people that are doing some bad things. Like, it's a lot easier to get away with stuff like that. But other characters, not so easy.
Stop the Space Marines!
Like, for example, the Incredible Hulk, okay? Around when this game came out, well, one too many. I didn't get to finish the dude off. Around when this game came out, Greg Pak was the one writing Hulk at the time. And when he wrapped up his run, at first he shared the run with Jeff Loeb, and then when he officially wrapped it up, Jason Aaron took over for, I think it was only 2 volumes, and then somebody else took over after him. I don't know if it was Wade immediately after that or not. But the point being that with Hulk, they use the excuse that Hulk has different personalities. They use that as the excuse to write the character completely different, okay? And that's why they say that the character doesn't feel the same between different authors. Except that doesn't apply to Banner. And Banner also feels just as different between authors. Whether it's Peter David, Greg Pak, right? They say, oh, a different Hulk persona. Like every time there's a different writer taking on a Hulk, they usually come up with their own Hulk persona to flesh out. Except all of their banners also feel just as different. And during that time when Jeff Loeb and Greg Pak were sharing Hulk, it got to a point where, like, Jeff Loeb would have to explain when he took back over why the characters were so different under Jeff Loeb than under him. Because it was like such an immediate and drastic change that it was like, what has happened here? Why are things so different? And then all of a sudden, Jeff Loeb Greg Peck has to go back and spend who knows how much time just in cleanup work to explain why those things happened, why the character became so different so fast. And this is what I mean by canon is not real. Canon is an illusion, and really canon is isolated specifically to individual authors, no matter what franchise you're in. So that version of Padme is only real. And I think that was a trilogy of books. I only read like a portion of one of them. But that version of Padme is only real in that author's trilogy. That's it. Outside of it, that Padme doesn't exist. Right? That's the thing that, like, canon gets away with, right? They tell you things happened, even though it's like everything is like, they try and loosely tie everything together as best they can, but it never, it's always a Frankenstein patchwork when you're dealing with dozens and dozens of authors for franchises, big franchises that are so widespread like this. Well, why is this not working? Yeah, look at this. Press B to exit. I'm not on it. Man, plasma cannon. I would love to. I'd love to. Air off. Wow, that's busted as fuck. I don't remember that breaking like that the first time I played this game. I also don't remember if I ever discovered that you could just take it off and it would still have infinite ammo, though. Oh yeah, and also I should specify, I don't think that was the intent of that author either, the way I took it. I think that's just like incidentally how it made Padme seem by accident, and that it was not the actual intent at all. This boss fight is pretty rad, though. This is very well done, and the foreshadowing was nice, too, of talking about the bridge before we went over to it for the boss fight. Yeah, I'm giving my shield back. Whoa, sensitivity hold my cursor quite a bit there. Okay, we did it. Yeah, I think last time when I tried to do this, it was like on the turret. I tried to only attack it from the turret itself, and that was a nightmare from what I remember. It was like impossible.
The manufactorum still holds.
Some Imperial Guard units made it here after all.
They cannot hold for long. We must hurry.
Oh, did I still have that thing? I don't think I did.
What is that servo skull doing?
Trying to deliver a message. Must be damaged. The seal of the Inquisition. Interesting.
What is the Inquisition doing here?
We're about to find out.
I should really, like, pay more attention to this, but I'm still thinking about Padme.
Urgent assistance at manufactorum They're after the experimental device. The device is safe for the time being. I draw them off. But now I'm trapped. If I die, you must keep the device out of enemy hands.
And he's already dead. When we receive this, he's definitely already dead at this point. Because we find him, but he's been, like, resurrected.
An experimental weapon.
By chaos.
We need to find the Inquisitor before the Orcs do. Keep moving. Remain alert.
But yes, I don't think that can't be, like, George's real intent behind Padme, can it? Like, that when she looks at Padme, when Padme looks at Anakin, rather, when, like, he's grown up and a Jedi Knight, she sees him as, like, the ultimate embodiment of what the Republic stands for, right? That she found him on this desert planet, they freed him, and then he rose up and became a Jedi Knight so fast, and he's so prominent in the Jedi Order already. So promising, you know? Like, no way that's, like, actually George's intent, right? There's no fucking way. That's just that author, right?
Captain, look. The Orcs must be operating that crane.
They will not stop until they break through that gate.
We must disable that crane.
I much prefer George's version, where he shows up one day, and she seems like she forgot about him completely. And she hasn't thought about him once for 20 years, you know, or however long it is between episode 1 and 2. But alright, enough about Padme. I'm done talking about Padme. That's the end. We got orcs to smash.
Humans to kill. Space Marines to kill. Smash those Space Marines.
What is going on here? Ooh, that don't look good. But is it Randy Couture again? Maybe. It did look like the same face. They probably don't have that many faces available for the Imperial Guard. Oh shit. I sure hope Space Marine 2 does well. I think it will, just based on how good it looks. I think the reviews will, or not the reviews, I think the previews will sell it plenty. I think the previews already have done wondrous marketing for it. But I hope it does well enough to warrant a sequel, like Space Marine 3.
Shot will blast right through the gate.
We cannot allow that.
But if they did, if 2 did well enough to warrant a sequel.
Number 2 control deck, do you read?
This is Captain Titus of the Ultramarines. Identify yourself.
This is Corporal Antioch, sir. That is, my lord.
I need access to the manufactorum, Corporal.
There is a service lift in the hangar directly below where you drop the cargo, my lord. We can meet you there.
Stand ready. We will be there shortly. Titus out.
A handful of guardsmen holding that huge gate. They cannot last long.
Did manage to bring the access bridge down. Robbing the boss.
But yeah, what was I saying? I'm distracted by fighting orcs, but if it does do well, the thing is, as like a developer, you don't want to waste assets. You want to reuse like as much as you can get away with, right? So if you want to reuse as much as you can get away with, like them reusing the Tyranids would be a like financially a good idea, because they would save a lot of money there. They would be able to reuse a lot of that. Whether or not they would want to reuse anything from this game in terms of like the Orcs or Chaos Space Marines, I don't know. That stuff is a bit more outdated. But like, I wouldn't mind for them to do a sequel and it just be more Tyranids, but like focusing on a different hive fleet. But like, I really think nobody has the courage to do anything besides Leviathan, seemingly. Like, I pointed this out multiple times, like across multiple videos, that is. But there's no games. There's no games where you fight Kraken or Behemoth. Because when 40K was first gaining popularity, when it was first gaining momentum, it was already when 40K had gotten to... It was already when 40K had gotten to 4th edition, and that was Leviathan. That was when they rolled out Leviathan as the main paint scheme for Tyranids. And they never went back. They never changed course. They seemingly decided, well, people are... The Tyranids are selling right now, so this is the paint scheme we're gonna keep forever. Like, not attributing it to, like, 40K's popularity in general, exploding at the time, nothing like that. They just went like, people are buying the Tyranids now more than ever. So we will never change this paint scheme ever again. And as a result, it also coincided with the games that were just then being made, like this, like Kill Team, like Death Watch. So all the games that were in the blossoming 40K space when 40K was first gaining momentum and games that were mainstream games were being made for it, Kraken was already in the rearview mirror. And Behemoth was so far in the rearview mirror that nobody even remembers what High Fleet Behemoth really looks like. They only remember the retcon version. Right? You'll see that all the time. The Battle of Macragge, the first Tyrannic War, and they use the retcon. They use the retcon paint scheme. Right, next you're gonna be telling me that Old One Eye is a retconned High Fleet Behemoth, a retconned High Fleet Behemoth paint scheme as well, because they did that as well, is retconning Old One Eye to be the retconned Behemoth paint scheme instead of Jormungandr. But yeah, that blows me away though. That like even when like YouTubers talk about it, the first Tyrannic War, and they talk about High Fleet Behemoth, none of them are brave enough to use the old paint scheme. They always show the retconned one.
Time to die.
But yes, how did I even get on this? Oh yeah, I was talking about how they'll never be brave enough to make a... Even if they did do a sequel to this, that's what I think they would need to do if they were going to do a sequel to this and also do Tyranids again. You would need to change up the paint scheme to make it, like, at least different enough
The lift is this way.
for the consumer so they could, like, differentiate the products instead of, like, directly comparing them.
We are in position.
Of going like, oh, this is the same as the last one, but better or worse, you know, whichever applies. You're way better off if you're gonna reuse the Tyranids for the same game. You need to swap out Leviathan. Don't do Leviathan back to back.
Orcs, an entire horde.
Antioch, hold the lift. We have orcs inbound.
You know what? It's too bad. It's too bad that when we first got Dawn of War 2 way back when, my thought after this. Oh, he died that easy. Come on. Lots of orcs. I thought there was something bigger over there than there was. Wouldn't let me execute that guy. All right. Mission success. Oh, we had some Imperial Guard guys helping us that whole time.
We have word that an inquisitor is in the manufactorum.
Yes, Lord Drogon. We have not seen him for several days. Has the Liberation fleet arrived, my lord?
The fleet is still en route, Corporal. The Ultramarines are here as a vanguard, to cripple the enemy and secure the most valuable assets.
I see.
But the facility and its titans remain secure.
All I can say for certain is that no orc has breached this gate, my lord.
Contact Lieutenant Mira. Her unit is establishing a bastion in Hab Center Andres, and your support craft now have a viable approach from orbit.
What of the Colonel and his staff?
The scale of this game certainly was impressive. Like, especially for the time, I'm impressed by the scale every time I play this game. But yeah, what was I saying? Dawn of War 2. That was around the time when we first got, like, when we got Dawn of War 2, it had the Tyranids as, like, the main enemy of the base campaign. Which was great, because it was, like, the first time we really got
Here we are, my lord.
to see them in that capacity in a game.
Oi, keep that muzzle clean, guardsman.
Like, it was the first time you could feel something like getting to control a Tyranid army outside of the tabletop game. And what they did not do, but they could have done, because all these subsequent DLCs introduced more factions, right? They introduced more factions, but they did not really expand on the Tyranids at all. Like, the bulk of the Tyranid content you got was from that initial release. And they could have released a DLC where it was like a campaign.
I doubt even dropping that cannon on them will convince orcs to back away.
Indeed. We must find this Inquisitor and the Titan Invictus.
Where it was a campaign against High Fleet Kraken, right? You could have done one. They could have done one where it was a campaign against Kraken, and that way you could roll in some of the older units, or even just some units that you didn't do for the main campaign. Just made it so that Kraken's army composition was just different from Leviathan's, kind of thing. They could have done that, but they didn't. I just happened to myself thinking, like, shout out to everybody that made it through the Padme rant and is still watching after that.
Titan Invictus seems undamaged at least.
Titan Invictus seems unused, you mean? Is this invasion not enough to bring out the War Titans?
It takes hundreds to get a War Titan operational, Sergeant. Without them, it sits idle.
Yeah, at some point, like, I thought, like, I'm remembering this game all backwards, because there's at some point where we do a really cool boss fight against a orc. I thought it was much sooner than this. At some point, this thing is going to start walking, and either we're going to have to, like, fight while on it, while riding it, or, like, trying to keep up with it, something like that.
Captain, this is an auger station. I can scan for the Inquisitor's life signs.
Access authorized.
There. A lone human.
Identity confirmed. Drogon. Ordo Xenos.
He's in this wing of the manufactorum.
I read alien signals throughout the facility, and a large number converging on the Inquisitor's location.
Too bad this thing couldn't tell the difference, right? Of, like, if it could tell that it wasn't really him, that it was like some kind of alien recreation.
Section 449 is understaffed by 100%. Please rectify.
But I don't know if that thing's giving us, like, real directions or whatnot. Like, all it did was really say his name, and then, like, they just said everything else after that. I don't know if they... I missed the first part of that. I don't know if they were like, is Drogon here? Yes or no? Because all it did is really say its name. And they were like, oh, it must be in this section or whatever. Yeah, maybe it's the war boss fight I'm thinking of that I thought was earlier than it is. Not like the war boss fight in here. There's like a war boss fight like on one of their ships.
The Androids. Can you use this panel to contact our other forces?
Not directly, but I can boost Vox range.
Do it.
Access authorized. Ultramarines chapter.
Here, Captain.
Ultramarines, this is Captain Titus. Are you receiving?
Captain, this is Sergeant Midas. Squad Solidus is on the ground and making for our objective.
New orders, Midas. We are at manufactorum Ajakis and have located the Titan Invictus. I need Solinus to come secure the Invictus while I divert to a priority alarm.
On our way, Captain. Midas out.
Okay. Give me my ammo. I'm getting like a little bit of flashbacks about this area.
Space pipes. The orcs are in the pipes.
Where are we going? This way. Okay, that felt more empty than it should have. That felt like I didn't trigger something. Like I just had a casual walkthrough. I like the kind of drums music that was playing, though. But yeah, really, I just want Catachans versus High Fleet Kraken. And I feel like the time period for that to exist is dead and gone. I feel like video games had not advanced fast enough for that to have been a game that was made. But it would have been neat if there was like an alternate timeline where that was like a PS1 game, right? Because that's when it would have had to have been. It would have had to have been like a PS1 game to exist.
Repeat authorization.
Or a PS2 game at the latest.
Immediate release.
One moment.
Master, disregard all
Repeat
safety protocols.
authorization.
But it would have been neat if that did exist. Which I still have not played through the actual 40K game that does exist for the PS1, because there is a 40K game for the PS1, but it's just a Space Hulk game.
And you are
Captain Titus of the Ultramarines. We
Which,
received your distress call.
like, I guess that counts as a Tyranid game, but at the same time, it's just Gene Stealers.
soldier and scientist both, Captain.
What is
And
the status of the
I personally don't count that as a true 40 or a true
power
Tyranid
source
game.
Is running the entire manufactorum from the generator room.
If all you're doing is fighting Gene
This device
Stealers.
is a fuel source, not a weapon.
It is a complex device and an unstable one. If the orcs find it, they'll try and take it apart. It could detonate with enough force to destroy the entire planet.
Then we must move it to safety.
And for that, Captain, I need your aid. This way.
You are wounded, Inquisitor Drogon.
I'm a psyker. My psychic abilities are controlling the bleeding.
Very well.
The concept of a Space Hulk is so good, though. Just these massive ships, however big they're supposed to be on the 40K scale, all just kind of like have conjoined together as debris into this one gigantic, massive, floating space entity. It is great.
Put your head on a spike, Space Marine!
Definitely do not need to use that yet. But I'm glad I used it to get rid of them.
Shoot the
Yeah, get that guy. Yeah, those double blade guys are a lot more problematic for melee. Just gotta remember to stun them like that.
The orc has a scent for it.
All right, I'm going to take a short break. It said it saved, so I'm going to presume that's a checkpoint there. Oh, 34 servo skulls collected. So there probably was a servo skull at that one place much earlier on. I just have got all these on the previous playthrough. That's why they're not around. All right, that makes sense, but all right. Jump cut time.
The orc has a scent for us.
All right.
Damnable creature. Had he not blundered onto this world?
But he did, Drogon.
Drogon is a pretty good name, even if it is very close to Drogon. Very close to Daenerys' dragon's name. Yeah, so it's been a day. A day has passed since I decided to take a break. And,
Space Marine recognized. Full access granted.
oh, what in the world? Plasma pistol unlocked. Oh, yeah, I forgot about this. But yeah, just so everyone knows,
We must get to that lift.
I was indeed thinking about Padme and Anakin for a good amount of the time that I was not playing this game while I was doing other stuff. I should have never brought it up because now I can't get it out of my head. Where are we going? Down here was for that, but I don't see a way forward. Must be up on that other path. Like, if Tatooine just had, like, sketchy child labor laws, right? And Anakin was a paid employee making minimum wage at Watto's shop.
My boys want to give you a proper greeting.
Would Padme and him still have hooked up 4 years later in Attack of the Clones? Well... yeah, because I looked it up. And I was saying all the, like, I never looked up before how long of a time gap it was between episode 1 and 2. Apparently it's 4 years. We're supposed to buy that Anakin changed that much in 4 years. But yeah, if this was like a Twitch live stream or something, right? I would do like a poll to see what people think. If he was just a paid employee making minimum wage at Watto's shop, but still ended up joining the Jedi Order like he does, would they have still hooked up 4 years later? Probably
How
not.
much deeper does this facility go? Manufactorum? Far deeper. The whole generator room is actually suspended above a venting shaft.
Suspended.
Yes. In case of catastrophic overload, the whole room can be shunted away into the depths.
Yeah, because even though it's only in that author's interpretation of
Yes, here we
Padme and her motivations and all that,
Yes.
like I said, I still
a
can't.
byproduct of the
I
device's
still
functioning.
can't see those scenes without thinking about it. Like when Anakin has just killed the Sand People, right? And he's like is behaving like a total psycho. And it's like, why doesn't Padme just kind of like just go, well, maybe it's not a good idea to have any kind of relationship with this guy. Instead, she's like cross-referencing her own guilt and the failure of the Republic to like not by not saving both of them, by not saving his mother as well.
Captain Titus, proceed into the main chamber. We need only obtain the power source at the core of the generator. I will initiate decoupling from a control console.
Understood.
So she probably feels some amount of guilt, like it's her fault that Anakin has resorted to this because she didn't save his mother years ago when she launched that secretive campaign to find her on Tatooine in between the books.
Identity confirmed. Drogon, Order Xenos.
But alright. This time I mean it. This time I'm definitely done talking about Padme.
There. The primary shield is open, Captain. Head into the central chamber.
Alarm. Xenos detect.
But I definitely like how I can't watch those scenes without thinking about that.
The war boss.
I've definitely done that to somebody else now. Somebody else that has seen this will have the same problem, where they won't be able to not think about it whenever they watch that scene now.
Hold back the greenskins, Captain. The power source will be free of the generator shortly.
Shit. Oh my god, do I not? I just tried to use my... Why can't I do the thing? There we go. That's why, it wasn't completely full.
Activate it. It will retrieve the power source and get it into its canister.
Okay, gotta be careful here. You know, how I was talking about Hulk earlier. I remember when that first came out, because my introduction to the Hulk character was not like... was not until Planet Hulk. I remember I went into a comic shop, which like really dates like the specific year that would have been my like first time seeing these things in a comic shop. It had to be like 2004 or something like that.
The power source is returning to the generator. Captain, grab it!
But I went in there, and they had paperback copies of Civil War and Planet Hulk. And I bought them both, and that was like my first introduction to Marvel, really. Like, besides reading single issues, like growing up as a kid, I definitely had like scattered issues of comics of like Spider-Man. Like the 90s issues of Spider-Man and that kind of thing. But like, in terms of like a cohesive narrative, because like just reading random single issues really as a kid you're just enjoying the art. That's all you're doing. Because, like, single issues, you don't really, like, get a full grasp of the story at all.
Captain, the Inquisitor insisted you could not have survived.
Well, I did, and I have his precious power source.
We set a rendezvous in Hab Center Andres. These tunnels will spit us out there eventually.
Fine. Continue heading toward the Hab Center.
And, yeah, so before that it was just single issues, and, like, you don't really get a grasp of, like, what... You don't really get a grasp of, like, comic storytelling at all when you just read single issues. It's not like a satisfying narrative experience when you're just going single issue to single issue. And I definitely started with two good ones to start with, that being Planet Hulk and Civil War. Both are exceptional places to start when it comes to reading comics. But yeah, characters changing is what I'm getting at here. Because I remember I read Planet Hulk, and then of course, oh yeah, I remember this was like when new issues of World War Hulk were coming out, because they had like the single issues of World War Hulk there, and I like kept coming back to get them because I was beyond sold with World War Hulk, which by the way, insane that there's no World War Hulk media like anywhere, right? Like we got an animated Planet Hulk movie. We got an animated Planet Hulk movie. Eventually, in like, what was that, 08, 2008, something like that? But there's no video game about Planet Hulk. Or not Planet Hulk. Yeah, there's no video game about Planet Hulk or World War Hulk. There's like Hulk Ultimate Destruction and that kind of thing. There's Hulk Ultimate Destruction and that kind of thing, but it absolutely... It is a travesty that there is no additional media for World War Hulk. It's such a like good event and potential setting for a video game or a movie. Like a movie, I understand like why it would be difficult for a movie, because you'd have to get like the licensing rights for all of them. All those Marvel characters to be in it. But it seems like it's a lot cheaper for them to do that for video games. They seem to do it a lot more often for video games than they do for animated movies. And I mean, I guess nowadays, like back then it would have been more difficult, but nowadays everything's owned by Disney, so it shouldn't be a hassle now. But yeah. I remember that's how I got into Hulk in general, and it was very disappointing for me as a reader, like, cause this kind of thing happens a lot because of how often writers change on things. Like when you read World War Hulk, and you're like, and Planet Hulk, and you're like, this version of Hulk is awesome. That is pretty much the end of that version of Hulk, the World Breaker Hulk with that personality. And in the comics, he disappears right after that. And it takes forever. He eventually comes back in in World War Hulks, and then like a little bit after that, but like not long at all. And then like as soon as Greg Pak's run is done, then he's gone for good. And has only made like maybe scattered appearances since then. But for someone that got into Hulk during that period of time and wanted more of that version of Hulk, it was very disappointing. Of like, this is not even close to the same comic anymore, right? Like, because things change so drastically when it goes from writer to writer. Of like, this is like not even your hero anymore. Like, not saying like literal like Hulk is somebody's hero, like saying like he's your protagonist. It'd be like if Goku completely changed personalities between sagas, right? Of Dragon Ball Z. Damn it! I was trying to wait for like the shield to come back a little bit, but it was not. Well, that's the first death. But yeah, but that kind of thing actually happens. But that kind of thing happens very often in media that does not have like one author for decades or like one consistent vision for decades. Like I remember when I was getting into like WWE for the first time back then as well, which must have been like 05, 06 kind of thing. When I started watching WWE, it was during the culmination of the storyline that like made Batista a star. And John Cena, really, too. Yeah, like it was during the climax of the Evolution storyline. So I did not see the majority of the Evolution storyline. Randy Orton was already out of Evolution at the time. And it was like the implosion of Evolution and Batista becoming world champion. And then, like, the subsequent rematches with Triple H and all that. That was my introduction to WWE, and I thought it was great, right? I was sold on WWE as a product from that introduction. And then you fast forward and they deport Batista over to SmackDown. They deport Batista over to SmackDown, replace the main character of Raw with John Cena, which, admittedly, in hindsight, the storytelling that they did with John Cena there, when it was revolving around him versus Eric Bischoff and
Adeptus Astartes recognized. Ultramarines chapter. Access granted.
Melt-A-Gun, okay. Assault pattern Melt-A-Gun fires a scorching plume of molecularly agitated heat at close range. This power comes at the expense of low ammunition stores and long recharge between shots.
Even here, the tech priests honor their machine god.
Kill them Space Marines! Again!
But yeah, it was like John Cena coming over, getting into conflict with Chris Jericho getting fired, and then, like, Kurt Angle becoming his, like, arch nemesis after that. All of that was really well done, but I remember at the time really wanting John Cena to lose. I really, really wanted him to lose, because he had, in my eyes, completely changed the show, replaced the main character, and even though it was still good at the time, I thought the quality went down quite a bit with John Cena taking over as the main character. In hindsight, oh, this is not good. There we go, I got unstuck. It was bugged and not letting me execute that one orc, though. In hindsight, even though I did enjoy the Batista Triple H arc very much, it actually, in hindsight, was carried by Triple H, not Batista. And John Cena was a much better talker and entertainer than Batista in hindsight. But that doesn't change the fact that at the time, that's not how my introduction to the product felt about it. But yeah, it was incredibly fortunate for me, though, that literally the storylines that catapulted Batista and John Cena into stardom were my introduction to WWE in general. It definitely was lucky, because they haven't made another star since then, right? They have not made anybody that has transcended the popularity of WWE to that degree since. Those were the last two. And to be honest, I thought because that was the thing, was I was sold from that, right? That introduction, I was sold by that. And then, like, it was incredibly disappointing to me that the product just, like, slowly changed and morphed since then. Like, after that, not all the way till now, they've, like, but in the subsequent years after that, like, leading up to, like, 07, I think it was, like, 07 that I just finally decided I was not gonna watch it anymore, which I've returned to it, like, here and there throughout the years. But I think it was like King Booker and what's her name, Vicky Guerrero, that convinced me to stop watching the show completely, just to give up on WWE. I was like, how they have fallen so far when the intro was so good, I don't know. But that's the thing, is that like behind the scenes, you don't see that there are so many writers with their hands in the pot for WWE that like things change, directions change, sometimes for the worst, and sometimes franchises that big sometimes franchises that big, the like ship they are on is hard to steer away from the iceberg they are going towards. Right? Changing course because the ship is so big is sometimes not so easy. But yeah, when you change from like one head writer to another, that kind of thing, whether it's for a Marvel character or for WWE, the direction will completely change no matter what.
Time to die, humans! Takes more than that to kill an orc. There we go. Ha! This place is gonna be your grave. Space Marines to kill!
And keeping that like that same feel of like what the product was between major changes like that is next to impossible. Which it is impossible. It just can't be done.
Attack! Shoot those ogres!
Yeah, it's just a shame that they really had like no idea. They had nothing nearly as quality as what they had for Batista going forward after he completed his arc with Triple H. After that, they just kind of had like generic opponents for him. They really did not have anything nearly with the depth that the Evolution story had.
Any idea of our position?
We should be nearing an access point to the surface. The air smells a bit cleaner.
I've had enough of tunnels. Let's get out of here and find the Inquisitor before the orcs do.
But maybe if they had kept him on Raw, maybe they would have done something better with him. Done something with Shawn Michaels earlier. Or if they had kept Randy Orton on Raw as well. Done something with that. Yeah, because that's the thing, is that like I said, when I was a kid watching this, for the first time. Like, I presumed Batista was like the main character of the show. But really, he wasn't. Like, even though they had him beat Triple H and it was like he was taking over the mantle of it, really from that period, like, there was like a good like 2 to 3 year period. I can't remember if it was like 2002 to like 05 or 03 to 05. But Triple H was. And him losing to Batista was actually the end of Triple H's story as the main character. It was actually, in hindsight, not Batista becoming the main character, but Triple H ending his run as the main character. And then, instead, them handing over the reins to John Cena instead. And the show had to change significantly because the type of main character that was now leading the show was completely different. Like, of course, a show starring John Cena is going to be completely different than a show starring Triple H. It's got to go with a completely different tone and style. And in hindsight, the Evolution era, that style of storytelling and writing, they had already been doing for years. Though, like I said, I didn't get to see that. All I knew as a kid was that I was like, this is great, I want more of this. And then all of a sudden it was over. And over and never to return, which I very much did not like. But say they didn't. Say they did keep Batista on as like the lead for Raw. And you got like another year or two of that type of storytelling. That would have been a long time to not shift gears. Considering how often they do shift gears in WWE. Because you already were looking at like 3 to 4 years of evolution. Because if you look at it from like I think 02 might have been like the Shawn Michaels versus Triple H stuff, and then slowly evolution came to be. But back when it was just Triple H's champ, probably him and Ric Flair, or just him alone, was all the way back in 02. But yeah, if you keep it going, like how long do you keep it going? Do you just go with a whole like decade of Evolution style writing? That would have been unprecedented if they did do that. But Triple H, like I said, he was really
what could the orcs hope to gain?
Not only the main character, but like just in terms of like the creative fuel he added to the process and all those years. Like all the very, very creative
This was sport.
like events and I don't know if I want to call them skits, but they kind of were like skits that he would have planned for every week, so that he could do something new and interesting with whoever his opponent was every week. Which at the time I didn't get to see this. I had to go back years later to rewatch like what Raw was like in those years leading up to 05. But like, I don't know that I've seen anybody as good as Triple H do that since. Like, he always had something weird and unique planned, like almost every week. with whoever his opponent for that month was at like whatever pay-per-view was coming up.
Millions more of them.
Our plan is unchanged. Get the Inquisitor and the power source off-world.
And there's no way. And like, sure, like John Cena definitely never offered anything as
we will have a damnable time getting
as creative or dynamic as Triple H did during his run as champ.
If we had a week, perhaps. But by then, the Orcs will have worked out how to dismantle the Titans.
Space Marine recognized. Granting access.
And nowadays they've done some good stuff. Like the nowadays that run up to the most recent WrestleMania, the Roman Reigns Cody Rhodes thing, that was good. But things are a lot more generic nowadays than like if you can, like I don't think anybody will be able to top that kind of consistent creativity that Triple H had back then. Even though he's in charge now, they still don't, like, he doesn't, like, give these people things to do on the same level as what he was doing back then. We're dying. But I'm sure the majority of people, if we're playing a 40K game, probably don't have much frame of reference for a lot of the stuff I've been talking about. Right? We're here for 40K. I don't give a shit about Triple H and WWE or Padme or comics. But hey, that's all right. Because this game, I'm not having to be super tactical with. And this is how it goes. When I can just kind of, when I already know what to expect for the most part when it comes to like gameplay and like how to progress through a game and what is expected of me, that definitely frees me up to rant a lot more. This the way forward? Doesn't seem like it, but maybe. Oh yeah, this has got to be the way forward. Thought maybe it dropped us down to that area we were in before.
Evacuation center Gamma will during
I'm just thinking about like the stark difference between like this and that Dead Rising run that I just uploaded. Of like, in this, like I'm just casually going through everything, nothing's really a problem at all. But like Dead Rising is such a chaotic, frantic game when you actually try to adhere to its time limits. It's just like, that is a very chaotic playthrough of that game, and not nearly as much of a chill experience as I'm having with this one. It's gotta be two completely different viewing experiences, that's for sure. No! The execution was too slow. We died while it was doing it. The game still hasn't been like challenging enough to force me to do anything besides the bare minimum. I have not been forced to use these extra weapons very much at all yet. Oh. Problem solved. Give me my health back. This is, like, very much a very solid 40K game, though. It's gotta be up there with, like, one of the best ever made. Got caught on that guy trying to roll around. Tried to do the execute on the wrong guy. Okay. Well, figures, right as I said that, the game is being a little bit more demanding now, forcing me to pay more attention to it. Getting flashbacks, though, that I feel like there's a weird boy boss fight coming up relatively soon.
If you are injured, return to your quarters. The machine god will watch over you.
That voice sounds so familiar.
Workers of class 9 and below do not qualify for medical attention.
Ooh, I vaguely remember this one. I vaguely remember this one being inconvenient. There being ranged units up here that were very inconvenient from what I remember. Wow, that dude hit me from way far away. Well, I'm glad my flashback senses kicked in for this area. And I remembered what it was gonna be like. It would have been instant death if I did not. Or pretty close to instant. Stuck on something.
Greenskins incoming. It's a fight now. Takes more than that to kill an orc.
Gotta be careful here. casually wait for my shield to come back. What else do I got? Guess I got one. Oh, did I already get rid of that guy? Or did he change location? Just being careful, just being cautious. I don't trust this area at all. The drums. I forgot about the drums of this game prior to delving back into it. Oh, should have been a little bit more cautious. No way, that guy's not dead, right? I guess he is.
Evacuation Center Gamma, welcome.
But yeah, this kind of like destroyed, like post-battle or mid-battle city like this. It's just it's a very nice aesthetic for 40K.
Inquisitor Drogon, we need to get you off planet before we're overrun by orcs.
You were exposed to the unshielded power source. In the generator room, I saw it. You held raw energy from the warp. How are you still alive?
He's just built different.
Power source conducts warp energies.
The stuff of chaos. Heresy.
My work
This
against
guy.
the Xenos has the Imperium's blessing.
Can your blessed work help us against the orcs?
My research is of the utmost secrecy. The Imperium forbids its use without sanction.
Consider that your Imperial sanction.
Very well. The power source fuels an experimental weapon at my research facility. The psychic scourge. It could destroy the orcs.
You didn't think to bring up this scourge weapon before.
Speaking about polls,
The psychic scourge has never been
if this was
testified, Sergeant.
if this was a Twitch stream with polls, I would do another poll
We're out of options.
for what you would most want that guy on the left
And take our chances.
to get taken out by. What type of Tyranid to get taken out by in the
psychic
sequel?
scourge is at the Calcis facility, my research laboratories. It is a fair distance. We will need transportation.
Because sure, it's a spoiler, but that guy's gonna betray us at the end of this game.
They will have Valkyries. We can fly to the research facility. Let's find this Imperial Guard outpost.
And not like a betrayal that like, oh, how dare you? You fell to chaos. We will defeat you now. No, it's like a he points at us when the other Space Marines or whoever shows up and goes, that guy, he's full of chaos. You should imprison him or kill him. And then they take us into custody, and that's the end of the game.
Return to your quarters. The machine god will
With
watch
Titus professing his innocence. How that relates to how that transitions to Titus being at that planet for the next game, I don't know. You know, I bet if there was a sequel back, if this game was successful enough back then, I bet we would have gotten a sequel that, like, had you fight a real Demon Prince. That's probably what it was like leading up to with those kind of plot threads, but instead we get a X amount of years later Tyranid invasion game. If I had to vote though, on which I would want to tear this guy apart, probably Rippers. A Ripper swarm tearing him apart, that'd probably be what I'd go with. You know that I own that because like I've just bought in every 40k game on Steam just in case one, you know, just in case they get delisted kind of thing. I just have them for
I can't believe we survived that.
I just have them so that one day I can play them. But like the what is it? Hired Gun, Necromunda, Hired Gun. I've never done that one. Never played a minute of that game.
Take him to the Valkyries. I will draw the orcs off and meet you there.
One of these days I'll have to do that too.
To the sergeant then, Captain.
I remember from the looks of it thinking it was just going to be like chaos cultists that you fight, but you never know.
See, I possess it, not you. They will follow me. Move out.
Which route to the rally point, Guardsman?
Bastion Primus is that way, my lord. But it's all orc-held territory.
But you never know. They usually like throw in additional 40k factions that you don't see from like initial previews. Like just like Daka Squadron, where I thought that was just like orcs versus orcs and that was it. That was like the impression I had of that game. And then it's like, oh, you get to fight Necrons in this? Like big monoliths and everything? That's pretty cool. I was pleasantly surprised to see that there was additional factions in that game. So maybe with that Necromunda game, we'll get the same thing. But if it's only drawing from factions that are in Necromunda, that is very limited. And something tells me they probably wouldn't do. Oh yeah. Yeah, we are definitely getting close to the weird boy boss fight. Something tells me they would not do Gene Stealers, even though there's Necromunda Gene Stealer stuff. X to strike, Y to stun.
Now to knock over some more.
Just like the that other Necromunda game, Underhive Wars. I doubt that one has Gene Stealers in it either. I just want to see these executions with the hammer. Well, that's basically the same. Yeah, if only Titus could have this the whole time. Turn it into like a Devil May Cry game. Just have sick hammer combos.
The greenskins are swarming your way, leaving our path open.
Oh yeah, this is the boss arena. That's a cool one. Oh, whoops. I did not get that fast enough. I didn't see where he went. Back to the center. Damn it, I did not hit it again. I patiently wait. Where'd you go? Oh, on to the next section of the fight. Okay. Which way? This way? Oh God, what just happened? Okay.
I am an instrument of the Emperor's will, Trooper. Now indicate to me the nearest concentration of orcs.
Aye, my lord. Mars' plaza is just past this hab complex. It is swarming with the beasts.
Not for long.
Can't go in there. Thought maybe there would be like a secret if I could jump up into there, but not allowed.
Captain, we are within sight of the Imperial Guard bastion.
Boss Arena Part 2. Oh, game glitched out a bit there. Oh, geez. You know, I would not mind a game where you get to play as one of the goblins. There we go. But yeah, like not just playing as one of the goblins. Like, it would have to be involved with the... Wow, that guy glitched out. It would have to, like, do something with, like, the, with the tech. Like, make it so they use vehicles or something. And, like, as you progress, you get better and better, like, vehicles for them to drive around in. That'd have to be how it goes. Guess I'm not going up there. Yeah, a full game with nothing but a goblin protagonist. I would be all about it.
This is Primus Command. Orcs inside the perimeter. Move to secondary defense positions and hold the line. Welcome to Bastion Primus, Captain. Sergeant Sidonus briefed me about the Inquisitor and his doomsday weapon. He said you require air transport to the Calcus facility.
Your Valkyries are the fastest way to reach it, but we have no time to spare.
Your men are already on board their Valkyrie, and the squadron's ready for liftoff. We'll get you to Calcus with all speed. It's time the Imperial Guard brought the fight to the Orcs.
Okay. Take me away. We going to do the...
This is Lieutenant Mira aboard Valkyrie 1. Look sharp, Orc flyers inbound.
Captain Titus, I need a gunner to man the heavy bolter.
Oh, am I not gonna get to keep my hammer? Nope.
Starboard side. Incoming!
This is a very fancy sequence, though.
Valkyrie 7 here, I've got orders. Man speed. I will shoot them off.
Whoever was in charge of this segment did a great job. You know, it was crazy, like, the generation before the 360, like, I doubt it applies to this game. I doubt it applies to this game, because games are getting bigger, involving more and more people, bigger and bigger teams. I definitely did not mean to do that, but I guess it was, it did it. It's not letting me go into my health regen mode. Yeah, which, like, the vehicle sequences in Gears of War 2, right? Because Gears of War only really did it with 2. That was a better vehicle sequence than, like, the Gears of War 2, whatever those things are you ride around in. I mean... the ones where you fight the Reavers, those are pretty solid in Gears of War. The ones where you fight, like, the Brumacs and the Crawlers, that was better than those. Or Singular. I think there's only one of those. Maybe there's more than one, but there's like the one near the beginning of Gears of War 2 I was thinking of.
Require immediate transport.
We're on approach, Captain.
Oh, Jesus, gonna die. Gotta be careful here. I need to get my shield back. When did I swap out for that? I didn't. It forced me to have this. All right. Making progress. The damn accuracy reduction when you fire too much did me in there.
Valkyrie on approach.
What is the Inquisitor's status?
The remainder of the squadron has escorted his craft to the outskirts of the Calcis facility.
Very good.
Farewell, Captain. I must return to base. Those damned Orc flyers cost me too many good men and too many gunships. We'll be hard-pressed to defend the outpost.
Thank you. And good luck, Lieutenant.
Pick up ammo.
Where is it?
The device is secure.
What are you waiting for, then? Further delay is intolerable.
You gotta at least wait for me to swap out my weapons,
Yes.
bud.
Come. We've no time to waste.
Chainsword. Or the power axe. Sure, what else we got? No las cannon, obviously. You know, maybe not even a single goblin for the goblin game idea. Maybe like a crew of goblins that like retrofit a bunch of like dilapidated or run down, like not just like normal orc vehicles, but maybe even like salvaged Space Marine stuff. Like broken down dreadnoughts. Like if you do a dreadnought boss fight, then you get to salvage the dreadnought and use it. Something like that. That would be pretty neat. That would be a great game. Maybe. Potentially. The idea I had much earlier, the one about like a PS1 game that had to do with High Fleet Kraken. You'd have to make the choice of like how to even do that. Considering the limitations of the PS1. There we go. I'm mashing it. Why no work? Why no work? It didn't work there either. Execution was busted. But yeah, like a PlayStation 1 Kraken game. There's not many choices, right, in terms of like how you can do it. It would either have to be a first-person game, which I don't think would be that great. That would probably equate to like the Alien first-person game that's on PS1, or the Space Hulk game that's on PS1. That would end up being something like that. Oh wow, well, that's unfortunate. How dare you, game? How dare you do this to me?
More of them. Dispatch them quickly. We must hurry. Kill the Space Marines. Attack the friendly Space Marine.
Damn it! So if you weren't gonna do a jank FPS, like a extremely retro FPS, then what do? PS1 is probably too late to do a Contra-style side-scroller for Kraken. If we were talking like an NES game, you certainly could do that. Or a Super NES game. But it's probably too late to consider that if we're talking about something that would fit in with the PS1 style. Like a weird almost Final Fantasy VII turn-based combat game for Kraken. That could work. It sure would be weird, but that could work.
Inquisitor, can we get around the bulk of these orcs?
Yes, perhaps. My research produces minimal waste, so the facility's sluiceways should be accessible.
Lead the way.
But speaking of Final Fantasy games in general, that makes me think of Final Fantasy Tactics. Which that sure would have been stylistically a very different choice if it was like that kind of chibi art that Final Fantasy Tactics has. But that certainly would have been time period appropriate. A turn-based, like field battler, almost a D&D like, which I suppose would be fitting, considering $40K's D&D origins. Okay, that was clearly bugged. Yeah, for those that don't know, long ago, Games Workshop was just another company taking advantage of D&D's content policy, where you can publish things using their rule set and all that to contribute to the D&D content space, and that like morphed into them eventually doing Rogue Trader, and then eventually into moving away from that, moving away from a D&D like into wargaming, and them finding that as their niche and filling that space as them becoming the wargaming top dog, that is. But yeah, because of that, a D&D like, or like, because Final Fantasy Tactics is just Final Fantasy D&D, for those that did not realize, that is absolutely what it is. Because Final Fantasy also got its start, got its roots from D&D. For those that did not know, there is so much directly ripped off stuff in the original Final Fantasy that is like directly imported from D&D, and a lot of the monsters they still use today, that like for the most part you see them and you associate it with Final Fantasy because they're the ones that have used it the most, are actually just direct imports from D&D, and people just have like lost that in over the years of realizing that's the case. Like the only thing they didn't get away with was they had the beholders were in the original original Final Fantasy 1, and they had to take those out for legal reasons because that's like the one thing D&D does not let people use. They don't let you use beholders for some reason. They've got that trademarked or copyrighted or whatever. But yeah, so Final Fantasy Tactics is when they fully embraced their D&D origins and used D&D combat. So it would not be completely out of the question for 40K to have done so in the time period as well. Which it would have been neat to see the Tyranids in that kind of art style. I would not have minded. Though a Final Fantasy VII like probably would have done better financially, surely.
Captain, my servitors were destroyed in the initial attack. I may need your help to activate the psychic scourge.
How large is the weapon?
The firing mechanism is at my research lab, but the energy pulse itself travels along conduits from the lab to the orbital spire.
Though Final Fantasy Tactics still is the best, like, offshoot that they've ever made in terms of sales. Things that are not in the main line, that don't get, like, a proper number, right? One that is not associated with a number. Final Fantasy 1 through 16. Tactics, at least last time I checked, was still the best-selling. It definitely outperformed Strangers of Paradise, which is certainly not good for Strangers of Paradise, that is the case. Right, something that was like meant to be this like big Souls-like action game made by the Neo devs. Like we were gonna get, I mean, but it really is not a Souls game. Like all the Souls aspects in it feel so forced and unnecessary. Like they don't contribute anything really. But yeah, I'm glad though. because I like Final Fantasy Tactics so much, I am glad that game did not beat it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, we're not done yet. If I remember right, this part is pretty tough, and we're still in for the hardest part. Come on. Oh, it totally bugged out. Holy shit, it bugged out so fucking hard. I don't remember this game being so buggy. Surely it's not like something related to running it at 1080p, because I don't remember it having this many bugs when
the energy pulse should not damage the spire.
When going through the other way.
Improvisation and experimentation go hand in hand.
I guess I just got lucky last time I went through this, because I certainly did not experience this many bugs last time I went through this game. Who shoots me? Okay, that section was not too bad. This reminds me of War in the North. That Lord of the Rings game, just because of, like, how they did the same thing of, like... Only in that one, it's like orcs, right? But they did the same thing of, like, they use these, like, squig things to come running at us. Whereas that game used goblins as, like, the cannon fodder. Goblins with bombs on them. Which I always wanted to do, like, with the Games Workshop miniatures. I always wanted to buy some goblins and then, like, buy the Urukai demolition crew and do a conversion of that. To make some self-destructing goblins from that game. Some custom pieces for the board game. That's right, I have this. I forgot. This does not appear to be the way. But yeah, there was a bunch of ideas like that I always wanted to do for the 40K, not 40K, but the Games Workshop Lord of the Rings game that I never ended up doing. Like, definitely there was stuff in the Battle for Middle-earth games that I wanted to do, like the Goblin Spider Riders. I wanted to do those, which would entail buying these spiders, which you could buy. You could buy actual Middle-earth spiders. But there's no scorpion you could buy, because the Goblin King rides a scorpion. I remember looking into it and trying to find, like, a separate giant scorpion. I think I found, like, a D&D one, but never ended up getting it, because I could not find, like, a decent giant scorpion from Warhammer Fantasy. I think the other idea I had was just to put him on, like, Shelob and say it was a different spider. That was my alternate plan. That and typically...
What can we expect inside, Inquisitor?
Oh yes, just a few...
Typically in Lord of the Rings,
A few, Inquisitor.
only orcs ride wargs, right? It's never Urukai. Urukai are never the ones riding wargs for some reason.
The misfortune to move within their range.
And not only that, but... like, maybe it just has to do with the heavy armor that Urukai have, because maybe that's just too heavy for the wargs. But...
Sentry guns ahead.
Jesus. But you can do it in only one game. That game being Conquest. Because you can, like, steal the mounts from the enemy because it's a Battlefront-like. It's a Star Wars Battlefront-like. And you can do that in Star Wars Battlefront, where you can go over to the enemy side and take their ATST, even if you're, like, a rebel and that kind of thing. And, so if you're an Urukai, they don't have any other mount planned for you. Right? So they have to put the same mount in the Urukai levels that there are in the Orc levels. There's no alternate mount for the Urukai. So as a result, you get to ride them. And you get to ride them, like, through the Shire and everything, which is great. But because of that, that was another one that I always wanted to do. Where am I aiming? There we go. Good thing it didn't shoot at me.
No way to move quickly with these guns.
I wanted to make like a custom Urukai cavalry
Then that is where we are headed.
thing as well. I mean, I've talked about it before. The only one I actually ended up doing was actually probably the most expensive one, which was that I did a Muma kill. An Urukai Muma kill. Where I never bothered to paint the Herondrim. I did not actually paint the Herondrim at all. I never bothered to paint the Herondrim. I instead did a Urukai color scheme Muma kill.
The enemies of man are here.
With a big white hand of Saruman on its head, like on its face where its normal paint would be. And replace like the Herondrim that ride on top of it with like Urukai crossbowmen and that kind of thing. And that thing was great. Maybe someday I'll go back and do those. Like maybe someday I'll go back and actually finish that Urukai army. I don't have that Muma kill anymore. I sold it on eBay like years and years ago.
Authorization.
I wish I still had. I still have some pictures of it. I did take like pictures of the thing, but I did not. But I did not keep it. I sold that thing on eBay like a decade ago. Wow, it takes two.
Ultramarines, the logic engine thinks we are escaped Xenos specimens. There is a control panel in the side room. Get me there, and I can shut it down.
I mean, maybe it just sees you, Drogon, and it just goes, you know, that dude's full of chaos. He's evil for sure. Maybe it knows. Escaped Xeno specimens. What is in this place? What are you experimenting on? Oh, is this the door?
Shortly, Captain. However, I'm afraid the servo turrets beyond this room remain primed.
Okay. But yeah, that body in the last room just looked like some kind of generic chaos thing. But yeah, that must be. Obviously, he did say he was working on chaos stuff before, so that's got to be all of his experiments, random. Oh no, he's got some orcs in here.
Specimens, cages, operating theaters. This place reeks of Xenos filth.
That is the business of the Inquisition, Ultramarines. This way, Ultramarines.
Keeping on the lookout. Okay, these are gonna open for sure, right? And whatever's in them is gonna come out.
Space Marine recognized. Ultramarines chapter.
Kraken Bolter. Modified bolter fires adamantine cord Kraken ammunition. It does heavy damage to enemy armor and can pierce cover. This weapon permanently replaces your standard bolter. Very fancy. Can pierce cover. I don't know if I've ever used it like that. Used it to specifically pierce cover.
Firing core is still active. Excellent.
If this is the firing core, Inquisitor, does it discharge through the whole facility?
No, not precisely. The core actually raises to the rooftop of the facility. That is where the rest of the firing array is located.
All right. Yep, those things indeed did not open up. There we go. Whoops. Problem solved. But yeah, one of these days, trying to force me to take one of these? No, thank you. Just give me some ammunition. The stagger made us, like, aim at that wall. So I can fire through cover. So theoretically, I could, like, stand here and fire at those things. I can, like, do this. That doesn't seem to be working. Waiting for the turrets to randomly arm somewhere.
There. The command room is beyond those doors.
And those sentry guns.
One behind us? Nope. Supreme Fury upgrade. Okay, you now gain Fury at an increased speed. Use this advantage to deliver merciless justice upon the enemies of humanity.
Very good. All the security measures will be down shortly, Captain. I'm afraid they were the only thing keeping the orcs outside, however.
But you will be able to fire the weapon.
Indeed.
We had better do so quickly. This place will be awash with orcs before long.
Of course.
Wow, he sounded a bit like Ray Winstone right there.
Authorization recognized.
Man, I feel like Ray Winstone's probably like retired. I haven't heard anything about Ray Winstone in years and years. Ray Winstone would have made a great Space Marine. Like his voice being a Space Marine. Too bad we never got that.
Here come the orcs.
Place the canister into its cradle inside the power core, Captain.
Do we risk exposure again?
Only if you drop the canister. Very good, Captain.
Now is when we get introduced to the
Your time carrying my power source.
The Obliterator.
At an end.
Stand clear. Cyclic scourge firing sequence commencing. Alarm. Structural damage. Warning. Emergency containment right in
I'm just gonna presume we going this way.
What do you need me to do, Inquisitor?
You'll need to manually restart the array alignment. Forcibly, if you must.
Where?
In the firing chamber. Board the lift, Ultramarines.
Not this way? That way. Green means go.
Captain, you must hurry. The downed orcs have cut the main conduits to the firing tower.
I'm doing it, man. I'm hurrying.
The conduits, Captain, or we're facing an overload that will rip this planet apart.
Understood.
Well, can only hurry as fast as this elevator goes.
Chamber is infested.
Clear it out. No mercy.
Oh, yeah, I vaguely remember this.
Inquisitor, the conduits are reconnected.
Now, proceed to the main control panel.
Weapons authorization confirmed. Primary containment fixture disengaged.
Oh, yeah, now we get to see it.
In progress. Firing now. Alarm.
Look at the spire.
I've been looking for you, Space Marine. You got something of mine.
Yeah, what a weird introduction to him. I mean, it's not really the introduction, but like he just shows up and then gets knocked down like that. But yes, it's delayed, our boss fight with him. Which is neat that we do get this little bit of a cutscene here of him attacking.
The Inquisition.
Stand fast, Ultramarines. We can handle a few orcs.
Him attacking the Obliterator when it shows up.
Space Marine! Was that supposed to hurt?
Yeah, that's a pretty nice shot with the spire blowing up in the back. Could have angled it a little better to where you could see more of the spire. But I guess they wanted him to take up more of the frame. Oh, never mind. It's not the Obliterator. He gets... yeah, never mind. It's just he gets taken over the edge by them. By Bloodletters. Which this guy's in... maybe he's not an Obliterator. Like, he's definitely got the Terminator armor. Maybe he, like, becomes an Obliterator by the end. Maybe that's it.
Inquisitor! Get back! How heroic. Drogon!
Should have used the guy from Dawn of War again to play this guy.
Served you well, Lord Nemeron.
The original Piccolo.
Traitor.
Even though I always forget his name for some reason. Yeah, which, what did he just gain from that? Oh, he got his memories?
My servant did all that I hoped and more.
Yeah, just kind of absorbed his brain somehow.
Succeeded without you, Captain Titus. Thanks to these brave space marines, we have broken through to this reality. The blessed gateway. Clever fool. You seem surprisingly able to resist my touch, Titus of the Ultra.
Yeah, we never, because there's not a sequel, we never really get an answer to why.
Which impressed my servant to no end. Ah, you think the Inquisitor a traitor, but Drogon has been dead since before you first met. You have been used by my puppet of flesh and bone. Ah!
Which, yeah, we are... oh, no, we do get... okay, never mind. We do get a little bit between them.
So easy to kill.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought this is how we don't get murdered, is that these two engage. But yeah, this little scene is great. The fact that they do get to scuffle a little.
Emperor, protect us. We need an exit.
To the lift.
Wow, they're pretty beefy in this one. Like, they're so big, they're bigger than us. Not like a big amount. the team behind the Total War games, they've been doing Warhammer Total War games for like so long now.
Did that fiend speak truth? Did we cause a chaos invasion?
Of course we did. His Inquisitor puppet manipulated us from the moment we met.
And before. The false Inquisitor sent the distress call.
I don't think so, Leandros. The man's urgency, his fear. I believe that was the real Drogon, facing certain death.
And it found him.
But not at the Orcs' hands. Somehow the agents of chaos were already here.
But yeah, I wonder, when they wrap up with Total War Warhammer 3...
Keep moving!
Because that game has gotta be at, like, near the end of its life cycle. Will they ever do a 40K series? Will they ever do a Total War Warhammer 40K? I sure hope they do. Because obviously their speciality is in melee combat. Considering, like, that's pretty much the extent of the entirety of, the Total War franchise. But, I mean, when you think about, like, the Skaven and some others, they have delved into ranged combat from time to time. I get no upgrade? Okay.
This way.
So it wouldn't be completely unheard of, but it certainly would be like... It certainly would be... a departure from the norm for them to do a 40K game, that's for sure. I would much rather them do that than an Age of Sigmar game. I really hope they don't do that. Because I don't know about everybody else, but I think the Total War Warhammer setting is a superior setting than Age of Sigmar. So I would think doing a Total War Age of Sigmar would actually be a step backwards. But they do love reusing assets.
To the exit. Keep moving.
So maybe that is what they have planned next, is Age of Sigmar. But I would like 100% rather they do a Total War Warhammer 40K instead. But who knows, maybe...
That gate, it's getting bigger. If it gets much larger, Emeroth can bring his fleet through.
Then we must cut the link between Warp Gate and Tower.
You have a plan.
We use Invictus to sever the orbital spire.
At that range, will the Titan's cannon be effective?
It's time we use the power source to our advantage. To supercharge Invictus. We need to reach that Titan.
But yeah, who knows? Maybe they'll branch off into like a different franchise completely. You never know. Maybe they'll do a Total War Lord of the Rings instead. There's certainly a lot less for them to draw from for Lord of the Rings than what they have already done with Warhammer, but I mean, they seem to be working on so much all the time. There's so many Total War games that why not? Why not add it to the list? Like, if I wanted to start covering Total War content on this channel just to do the numerous campaigns there are for the Warhammer games.
But why?
Alone, there was no way the demon could get the power source past 1 million orcs.
Even just doing that, it would be taking on such a enormous
I was deceived.
workload of content to cover. Even just deciding to do that would take forever. Iron Halo. What does this thing do again? Shield. Ancient artifact generates a personal energy shield that greatly reinforces the resiliency of Space Marine power armor, allowing them to weather even the fiercest attacks. Iron Halos are so rare that only Ultramarine captains and company champions are authorized to use them. Might have been a mistake taking this hammer, but we'll find out. Oh, that's right. Chaos Space Marine time. You know, I think throughout the years, definitely the capacity for the 40k universe to support giant epic battles is, I mean, obviously one of the things that contributed to its success throughout the years. Because there's other franchises that deal with fighting aliens, right? Whether it's Starship Troopers, whether it's Alien and Aliens. But there's only so much you can do with that, because you can't do a total war Alien versus Predator. You can't really do that, right? Because you'd have to do a lot of like mental shenanigans to justify an army of xenomorphs like that.
And again, you emerged from the exposure unscathed.
Yeah, it would be pretty weird to have like an army of xenomorphs fielded on a battle like that.
League with chaos can withstand the warp's touch.
You forget yourself, Ultramarine.
Leandros, I do not take this warp resistance lightly, but the search for answers must wait until after we deal with this chaos invasion.
What if that is too late?
Leandros, enough.
Unless you say like, oh, in Aliens, we only ever see when they're barely clinging to survival, when there's only X amount of them alive, kind of thing. You never get to see it after they've already taken over half a planet, you know? I guess you could say something like that. But they still are very stealthy creatures by nature. Hey, I found one that I had not found before. They are still very stealthy creatures by nature. They, like, probably wouldn't just, like, have a full army fielded like that. Like the Tyranids do, like the, anything in 40k does, but maybe. They probably would swarm like the bugs in Starship Troopers do, at least. If there was enough of them, if they were numerous enough to where the Queen could send out orders to them in a similar fashion to how Hive Tyrants send out Tyranids. But yeah.
Brothers, attack!
Well, yeah, I gotta get rid of this hammer. This happened to me last time, too, where I got to this point and I still had this hammer and very much regretted it. And, yeah, I need to get rid of this thing ASAP. But yeah, obviously most Alien and Aliens games do not focus on that aspect. They never try to do that. They stick to... for the most part,
Brothers, attack!
aliens being depicted in the same way they are in the movie. Extremely stealthy. This is so not working. Yeah, I can still use the bolter, thankfully. Oh, that guy was on my side for some reason. Whoops. But yeah, 40K was more than happy to fill that void, though, of epic battles with aliens similar to xenomorphs, right? Like, oh, the Alien franchise doesn't use them in that way? That's fine. Well, here's Tyranids.
Almost immediately.
Captain Titus, are you there? This is Lieutenant Mira. This whole planet has gone mad.
The forces of chaos are invading this world. We must get to the Titan and destroy that warp gate.
I know what route to take. I deployed troops to man outposts between the Calcus facility and Bastion Primus. From there, you can access the rail network and cross to manufactorum Ajakis.
Understood. I will meet you there.
Very weird that they have another hammer here. Still no chainsword or power axe. Okay, there we go. But yeah, all I was getting with that was that 40K, their like popularity rising throughout the early 2000s. To like how mainstream it is now. Absolutely had to do with that. That they were filling the void for that kind of franchise. There was nothing else that was using their franchise like that. Depicting epic battles in that way. I mean, sure, there's like StarCraft, but for the most part, the big name franchises like the ones I mentioned. We're not doing enough with their IPs. And Star Wars obviously doesn't count. Because Star Wars is, for the most part, not nearly as brutal as 40k. And for the most part, when you're doing Star Wars stuff, it's like, what are you going to be fighting? Stormtroopers, which are just humans, or like droids, and that's it. There's not really nearly as much of a focus on the crazy kind of things you fight in 40k. That guy was gonna kill me. That was a lot of health. Just stop killing me. You fucking game.
Never forgive.
That's right. I'll never forget or forgive you, game, for doing this to me. How dare you? Actually, I am very hungry. I'm gonna take a break. Now that we're back at a checkpoint. All right, jump cut time. Okay. I don't remember what I said I was taking the break to do. Maybe I said I was like gonna eat or something, but it's been a full day. So I ate and then I did not play more of this game. But here we are. Now I am. I don't really remember what happened. Did I die over here? I don't know. Wow, is it lagging? What was that? What was that? Let me spin around for a second. No, it didn't lag there, but if it does lag, I will reset it. Oh, I remember going up here. It's not doing the execute. All right. This is what happens when you stop playing a game for a day. And for some reason, the execute was not working. I was pressing B there. It just wasn't doing it. There we go. But yeah, this is what happens when you take a break from a game. All of a sudden, you're rusty. I remember I wanted to get rid of this hammer. Let's just be cautious, since apparently something killed me over here. Wow, that thing is trapped in that barricade. I felt like I almost got trapped too. You know, I remembered. Okay, weird. Considering he was already in execute, now he's not. Now he's dead. Very strange. I remembered much earlier while I was, during my downtime of not playing this game. When we did the sequence where it was all the flyboys and we were shooting them down from the Thunderhawk. I don't think I ever finished my thought on what I was talking about there. Which was that this game, it came out when, like, video game teams had expanded quite a bit from like the PS2 era and the GameCube era and all that, and how back then for games, a lot of the times it was not like an entire team, you know, like 4 or 5 people dedicated to each level. Back then it would be like you get those things are like homing in on me and I don't like it. Back then it would be like one guy per level that you'd have like a designer. Each guy would get a different level. You know, like that Rogue Squadron game is a good example. Okay, this is bad. Maybe I can just skip it.
An Orc invasion. Now the tender mercies of Chaos heretics. I'm surprised the place is...
So yeah, I got reminded of that because when we were doing the Flyboy section with the Thunderhawk shooting him down, I was like, if this was in the PS2 era, I would have said whoever had designed that specific level did a great job. But, like, because we're in the 360 era, it probably wasn't just one guy.
How can we face them? The legions of chaos.
Trooper, get yourself together right now.
Yes, Mom.
The other platoons are going to fall back.
But even saying one guy is not completely accurate for, like, the PS2 era. A lot of times it would be like...
What is your situation, Lieutenant?
As well as can be hoped.
Wow, look at that. Why is it lagging like that? Is it this damn hammer?
We're heading back to the command post, Captain.
All right, I'm gonna close down the game. Next time we get to a save point, I'm gonna close down the game again. But yeah, saying one guy is also not entirely accurate because it would be like one guy designs the level, one guy like designs one level entirely kind of thing, but he wouldn't do the visuals for the level, right? So there still would be like an environmental artist that needs to like bring the level to life at some point during the development cycle. Like those Rogue Squadron games, it's like, it's really crazy to think about how those people did those. Of like, you only get a year to make this game. Because of that, you only have time to assign like one level to one team member. Everybody's got to work on a level independently. Yeah, those rocket guys are such a problem that I wish I did not have a goddamn hammer. I hate that this game gives you that hammer at such a bad time. Like, I was having flashbacks when I saw that hammer there. I was like, I for some reason, I'm having flashbacks about how you're not supposed to take this hammer, how it's a terrible idea, and the game locks you into this bad choice. And it does. It does. It does not give you an option to change it for so long. Even though there's all these long-range enemies that pick you off from a distance, it's the worst. How dare they? If there was a single guy behind this level, how dare you? You know? But yeah, doing that, making a game like that where everybody just gets their own level, or like maybe they're in charge of, some people don't just get one, some people get one, some people get two, kind of thing, and maybe someone even gets 3 back in those dev days. But yeah, having a consistent feel to a game back then would have been pretty challenging, I would think. When you make something like that, when you're having to be the director and keep everybody on task to like work towards like one consistent vision. Where's my anything besides a hammer? Yes, thank God. I didn't see if it's saved. That's the next order of business, is resetting this game so that I can get rid of this lag. I think it's because I tabbed... After I loaded it up once, I tabbed out. And I think because I tabbed out, it's like... still freaking out for some reason. I'm moving back and forth to see if I can cause it to lag, to see if it's still doing it. It does not appear to be, but it will. But yeah, keeping one consistent vision throughout an entire development cycle like that, making it not feel like 12 mini games made by 12 different people would be pretty challenging. And obviously not all games were made that way, but a lot of them were. A lot of them did that kind of thing. Under extreme time deadlines, they're like, well, this is all we can do. We've got to do 10 levels for this game. Steve, you take level 1, 1 and 4. Bob, you take 2. Greg, you take 3 and 6, that kind of thing. And it's like, then they just work on it for a year, and whatever state it's in at the end of that year, that's what gets shipped. Yeah, now they give me these things. Oh, whoops, wrong thing. Get away from him. Get that squig just scuttling behind the shield guy. What the hell? Wow, it's like intentional. The AI is doing that on purpose. How dare you, game? I really gotta reset the game. It's lagging. It's lagging a lot on the gameplay side, too. Like on the control side, I mean. Visually, it's lagging. And also on the control side, it is also lagging. Didn't even see that guy up there.
There's a lift over here.
Lift over here, where they go? That way. All right, lift with a checkpoint? Oh, I should probably grab more ammo, just in case.
Jonah, I half expected to find a demon chewing on your bones.
They've spit me right out.
Make your report, Jonah.
The Greenskins have been pressing us hard, both down here and at the Bastion proper.
Get ready to fall back to the Bastion.
Oh my god.
Do not engage Chaos
Too much
forces
lag.
directly until I get reinforcements down here to back you up.
Aye, Lieutenant.
What is this 15 FPS stuff right now? Patiently waiting.
Captain Titus, this way.
Yeah, I'm going this way. I'm looking for a checkpoint. Wow, look at it. What is going on there? Like, it's like lagging even while he's running.
Lieutenant Mira, this is Bastion Primus. We're under heavy assault. The orcs are back, and they cut power to the sentry guns.
All of them?
They took out the generator. We couldn't defend it against such numbers. We had to fall back.
Checkpoint game. Give me a checkpoint.
Mira out.
I don't want to redo any of this. You can do it, game. Checkpoint any second now. How about now? There we go. All right. Jump cut to after I reload. Okay. Should be good to go. What do we got here?
Genetic scan complete. Adeptus Astartes. Access authorized.
Plasma gun. Mark 12 range fire type plasma gun fires charged energy pulses, able to damage heavily armored targets. This weapon is deadly but prone to overheating. Hold right trigger to fire. Okay. Oh, I can't. Yo, what the fuck? What was that lag?
Forward.
Defend the outpost. Sure. Starting with it. Why? Give me it.
Imperial Guard, stand your ground. The Ultramarines are here.
Aye, Lieutenant.
You know, I wonder what this game was made with. Like, what engine it was made with. I'd have to look it up to find out. Because, like, I've played enough PC indie games to where, like, you can tell when something is made with Unity or Unreal Engine. Like, there is a particular feel to something that has not been refined enough to not be noticeable as a Unreal Engine or Unity game. Like, there is a telltale sign that something's Unreal game. An indie Unreal game, that is. And, like, besides there being a specific feel to the game, a lot of them are not optimized very well, and they overheat your PC very quickly. In fact, when I was in that phase of doing obscure Steam demos all the time for this channel, that's what I would think about every time I would see, whenever I was loading up like a demo, and like it would go Unreal Engine, I would immediately think, oh, I guess we're gonna be overheating my PC for the next couple hours. And that DACA Squadra game, while it did not have that aggressive of overheating problems, it did have the Unreal Engine feel, the unmistakable feel Wow. Okay. All right. Get away from me. It did have the unmistakable feel of an Unreal Engine game.
Lieutenant, the central outpost is under attack.
Tell them we're on our way.
Move out, brothers.
You back up everywhere you walk, lady? You can do it. I believe in you. Moonwalk right over that rubble. Fine, I'll lead the way. I'll do it. This is what you're trying to do, right? Just walk backwards into danger.
We need those sentry guns.
Lieutenant, where is the generator?
If you continue on, you'll find it at the end of our fortifications.
I will contact you once I have restored power. Brothers, the guardsmen will need your help until the guns are reactivated.
We will hold the line, Captain.
Probably didn't need that. Ooh. I missed that one. That was an easy one, too. It's like habit to want to take all the ammo, but it's really a waste if we're already full. Oh, what was that jump? Oh. Yeah, I remember this part of the game. For some reason, I had flashbacks of this being much earlier. Alright, that's fine. Just fail execution, whatever. Probably was because this is just orcs, right? There's no chaos here. That's probably why I was remembering it as being earlier in the game than it is. Alright, sure, let's take a little bit of ammo. I think those grenades did a whole lot of nothing. Who dares? All right, so I'm going this way, right?
Carry on, Guardsman.
No, go this way.
Sidonus to Captain Titus. We are running into orcs down here. Nothing like above, though. Just enough to be an annoyance. We will be there soon.
Understood.
You know, this game was compared a lot to Gears of War when it first came out, but if there was a true Gears of War clone where you play as like an Imperial Guard, man, I would be all about that. I would pay money for that. Any studio that made that would get my money at least. I'm sure they would get lots of other people's as well. What is with this random long lag hang-up? Right, we like solved the problem of like the consistent lag. Now it's like randomly it just hangs for a good couple seconds or a second and a half, however long that was. Well, Titus, you're lucky you still have legs.
You can walk out of here with that sparkle thing. I'm Boss Grimskull. This whole planet is mine. Whoa!
You've been at my heels for long enough. This ends now.
That's right, because I'm gonna kill you, Space Marine.
All right, how do we do this? There's something I need him to run into. These ads are actually not meant to be ads. They're meant to be like fountains of health for me since I regain health by executions. But I don't need them. Oh, wow. He instant killed me with that. I had most of my health. I didn't have 100%, but I had most of it. Oh, okay. That's right, he goes up there. I got stuck on a goddamn wall. Oh, he's stunned. Oh, well, I guess cutscene time.
I ain't finished with you yet, Space Marine!
But I am finished with you, Orc.
Wow. For some reason, I remembered us, like, facing him on, like, the bridge of a ship for the final battle. I don't even know what I'm thinking about. Because he's dead. Unless it was, I was mixing it up with that thing we did with him at the very beginning. For some reason, I thought we had, like a final showdown like that at some point.
The damned Orc is dead.
Finally, some good news.
This rail line will take us directly to the Titan manufactorum.
The faster the better. Those Orcs slowed us down.
And gave Nemeroth time to prepare his invasion. We must get to the Titan and destroy that warp gate.
Captain Titus, the Orcs are running scared. What's happened?
The captain dealt with their war boss once and for all.
We have a chance now.
Bolster your defenses. The demon host will not be so easy to frighten off.
Good luck, Titus. All our hopes are with you.
You know, the, like, honor guard, they were, like, one of the first things that I got for Space Marines just because, like, all 40k was expensive, and at the time when I was a kid, the honor guard seemed like the coolest one, so that was the one I got. It was like, well, I'll get those. Instead of working my way up to getting those, that'll be it. That'll be all I have for the army.
This is Captain Titus. What is the status of the Titan?
My crew and I are aboard Invictus, but she's immobilized. You will need to activate our berth's backup generator to release the mooring clamps.
Understood.
Like I said it before, all I had for the Space Marines was the Honor Guard Emperor's Champion, and I forget where the R is in his name. It's like Marneus, Calgar, whatever his first name is, and like some scouts and whatever came with the base set, the starter set for Battle of Macragge. That's all I had, but the Honor Guard, what I was getting at with that is that I like have they even been used to any decent extent? Because I always like their designs with like the helmets and everything. From how Death Watch was going, I wouldn't have been surprised if one of them had been in there. Which they probably are, considering that we got a Emperor's Champion design one. I saw that coming, was just hoping it wouldn't hit me. Yeah, risky. Yeah, we're definitely getting into the tougher stuff now. Now that it's going to be primarily chaos. I saw something about how we were gonna, there's some like backstory, some kind of lore, that apparently Titus in between 1 and 2 was in Death Watch. And it sure would be cool if we got that as DLC. Death Watch Titus. Like a prequel campaign as DLC. That would be rad. This problem will be solved. Would have taken a couple less shots if that guy didn't get in my way. Oh, great. Oh, never mind. I'm glad that still hit, considering that guy decided to move right in the way of my shot. Come on. Why is it gotta be like this? Come on, just work. There we go. Oh, I forgot about this guy. Yeah, it's not even a boss fight. It feels like one, but it's not. It's just the intro of this kind of thing as an enemy. Not the most efficient way to do that, since I got this big heavy weapon, but got the job done. Probably didn't need that. Whoa! If I remember right, the difficulty is going to spike very soon.
Hard work occupies the body and distracts the mind. It is a noble and worthy thing. All workers of Class 9 and above must report for their shifts despite the emergency.
All right, yeah, we're here. I'm getting flashbacks to what we're going to be doing now. This thing's going to be moving.
That did it, Ultramarines. If you can release our mooring clamps, we can bring devastation to the invaders.
Maybe we're going to, like, be shooting things while riding it. It's going to be something like that. It's going to be moving, and we're going to be having to fight things while it's moving. But I remember the difficulty spike that I'm speaking of does not happen until Nemeroth. What was that? True son of the Emperor. Don't know what that was. Definitely one of those achievements where you gotta kill X amount of things or something. I mean, the fact that he's not coming after me is sure gonna make this easier. the most challenging boss fight. Even though he's a mini boss. Those things are gonna be sprinkled in occasionally now. Not too much.
That elevator will get us to the mooring clamp controls.
I will take care of the clamps. You and the Andros get the doors to the manufactorum open.
Understood, Captain.
I see. I can only go the other way. I heard them say they go one way, I go the other, but I was like, maybe they meet in the middle, or maybe there's like a passage in between the two spaces, but no. What do you want from me, game? Do I go down the middle? There was like an invisible barrier for that door when I went over there. Okay, yeah, this is green now. Okay.
You belong to the machine god. You are a cog in the glorious machine.
Take me away.
Enoch, I have Inquisitor Drogon's power source with me. We must use it to supercharge your weaponry.
The power source? The rites involved in using it safely. Only the High Fabricator himself.
Unless we act now, an entire Chaos fleet will hang over your Forge world.
Understood.
Okay, I'm going up there to press a button.
Mooring clamps released. Invictus powering up now.
My battle brothers will have the gates open shortly. Maneuver Invictus close to the topmost gantries. I'm coming aboard.
Yes, Captain.
You know, either a Titan, like I want for Space Marine 2. Like I'm thinking about the moment, oh, it's the plague things. I'm thinking about the moment in Halo 2. I'm thinking about him in the moment in Halo 2 when the Scarab is like walking through the city, right? The Scarab tank thing. And you like board it and destroy it. And maybe not something necessarily like that. But like how we get this where it's moving along a big set piece like this. And how fancy that is. I hope that we get a Tyranid Bio-Titan.
I have a target for you. The orbital spire.
Spire? But Captain, it is a masterwork of the machine god.
It is feeding energy into the warp gate above. If we are to stop this invasion, the spire must fall.
I understand.
Yeah, if we got like a Tyranid Bio-Titan walking through a city that you have to do something to take out, it would be pretty great.
Where must I bring the power source?
Travel across the armature to the starboard side, Captain. I will open a maintenance apps for the volcano cannon.
Protocol suspended. Access authorized.
The apps is below you, Captain.
But yeah, especially because we've never gotten to see those things in a video game yet. It would be awesome. Oh man, I forgot about this. The movement from this thing makes this much tougher. Something around the volcano cannon captain. Oh yeah, there's a convenient insert slot for it.
Target the orbital spire.
Target acquired.
Firing now. power core. Shutting down all systems.
Captain, all systems are overloading. Did it work?
Invictus performed admirably, Enoch. The warp gate is closing.
Thank the machine god.
Shutting down all systems.
Wow, that was a much shorter sequence than I remember. Oh, I like rose-tinted glasses that ride on that thing. It's so much shorter than I remembered. All we do is fight 3 things while we're riding it.
Still roam free, though he is trapped on this world.
It's still cool though. Just a much shorter sequence in general than I remembered.
Lieutenant Mira reports that the Liberation fleet has entered the system. The Inquisition will surely have sent agents with the fleet. Perhaps we can return the device to them.
The Inquisition has already failed to stop its exploitation by Chaos. No one must use the device, the Andros, ever again. Contact Lieutenant Mira and have her divert a Valkyrie here to pick us up.
Yes, Captain.
I suppose putting a bolt around through that damnable power source is out of the question.
Too risky. We could open another warp gate, for all we know. Upon our return to Macragge, I will confide it to the chapter master and his librarians.
And until then?
My most trusted brother will bring it to our strike cruiser and seal it in the armory. Get this damn thing secured, Sergeant.
As quickly as I can. What will you be doing while I run this little errand?
There are still thousands of traitors and heretics on this world. I intend to drastically thin their ranks.
Lieutenant Mira's Valkyrie is on its way, Captain.
Excellent. We make for the landing pad. And watch for the Chaos Lord's forces.
It was a big deal when Titus held that thing, but I guess it's only when it's active that is a big deal. It doesn't kill this guy outright. If he touches it now while it's not, like, channeling energy. Ooh, I'm getting flashbacks to this spot. There's gonna be Chaos Space Marines all up there, and this is gonna be tough. Or at least it was with the loadout I had last time I did this.
Retrieve the warp device.
Sidonus, get to the landing pad.
Aye, Captain.
Yes, goodbye forever, bud. Well, oh yeah, way easier with the last cannon. Yeah, that was 10 times easier with this weapon loadout than it was last time I did it. Last time I think I was stubborn and I like stuck with the same weapon loadout, that like one where you fire and then detonate, and the stalker bolter. I think I kept them like the majority of the game.
And this landing pad does not offer much cover.
He's about to get General rammed. Him, no!
Sidonus!
Yeah, that can't feel good.
At last. No!
Wow, look at that blocky sky.
Such a pretty bauble, hiding such immense power. This device is a gift from the Chaos Gods. It holds the key to my evolution, to my ascension to immortal demonhood. My armies will spill humanity's blood across the stars. You continue to resist my touch. Only a deep connection to the warp can explain this.
Whatever that means, we still don't know.
Sidonus died as we all should. In righteous battle. Do not give it to grief, Leandros. Turn your thoughts to vengeance.
Alright, I don't want to run forward. I remember a bunch of enemies spawning here. There we go. Gave me nothing. Yeah, I mean, that was the part I was talking about. The spike in difficulty, but I mean, that still wasn't so bad. Knowing what to expect. And I mean, with this, the last cannon made all the difference.
Captain Titus, we're ready to transport you.
Trying to snipe those dudes with the stalker bolter instead would have been a much more of a hassle.
Nemeroth killed Sidonus for the power source. You said the Inquisitor's work was heretical, Leandros. You were right.
What do you mean?
Nemeroth plans to use the power source to trigger his transformation into a demon prince.
Abomination!
How can we stand against such a creature?
I will kill Nemeroth when he's most vulnerable. During the transformation. Safeguard Sidonus until the apothecary arrives. Then join the Imperial attack.
Going alone is suicide. Or worse, we know the enemy takes great interest in your connection to chaos.
Do you fear my falling to chaos?
I don't know about great interest. More like a passing interest.
It can only be to the enemy's favor.
Already barely noticed then left.
Perhaps this resistance can get you close enough for a killing blow.
I will destroy Nemeroth with skill and steel, or die trying. If this resistance comes into play during battle, so be it.
So be it.
Leandros. Time to...
I must reach the orbital spire.
Farewell, Captain.
Time to sell you out to the Inquisition, Titus. Yeah, thanks a lot, Leandros. Can't wait till you get torn apart by Rippers. Am I going the right way? No, I'm not. All right. We have made it to the final stretch.
Hard work occupies the body and distracts the mind. It is a noble and worthy thing.
Lots of ammo, even though I don't really need it at this point. It giving me all the options. Wow. Giving you an option to, like, doom yourself and go out here with a hammer for the final stretch. I mean, at least it gives you the option. This is not the boss fight. I do remember this area. Oh, that's right. Now they're gonna start doing that. Makes you wonder what that transition would be like. Like, is that, do they just, like, become a bloodletter and, like, it's like a bloodletter possessing their body? Or is it still them? You know, because if it is still them and they just have become a bloodletter, that'd be pretty wild. Like, if you did just suddenly randomly become a bloodletter.
Fresh troops are landing, preparing to assault the orbital spire.
It may be severed, but it's still the enemy's strong point.
The fleet is preparing an all-out assault.
Wow, that guy would have killed himself with that grenade anyways.
I know. Good luck, Titus.
Wants me to go that way. But yeah, if you did just randomly become a bloodletter, and it wasn't like you getting possessed, it is still you. What, like, what would that be like to, like, your whole... I mean, if you're already corrupted by chaos, maybe your, like, mental state is slowly shifting over to it all the way till then anyways? Of, like, you just slowly becoming more crazed and bloodthirsty until that moment. How the hell do I get over there? I don't remember. I remember this same thing happening to me last time, though. Of me, like, standing here being like, what does it want from me here? Alright. Before we do anything, check. We are full on ammo, so I don't have to worry about that. That thing was all sparky, like I couldn't use it. I stand here. There's nowhere to go that way. All right, it wants us to go this way. Yes, I remember that. I remember that sequence being fairly unintuitive, because the same thing happened last time. You know, I could tell that guy was a bloodletter. From the start. I could tell the guy was a bloodletter from the start, just the way he was running at me, reckless abandoned, when he could be shooting from ranged at me. I was like, well, this guy sure seems like he's just waiting to turn as he runs recklessly towards me. You know, oh, wow, I completely forgot about that. Did it even teach me about that? Yeah, I've got like a charge. Yeah, that's pretty cool. But yeah, the Chaos Gate game. How it starts, the Chaos Gate game starts with you fighting Khorne enemies. And if I remember right, like the rest of the game, the entirety of the rest of the game is against if he was supposed to start floating like that. That didn't seem right. But yeah, that game starts with Khorne enemies and then shifts into Nurgle enemies for the rest of the game. And, like, while that's fine, there's still plenty of cool stuff. That was a big, heavy lag moment. While that's fine, there's plenty of cool things you can do with Nurgle. It did make me a little disappointed that we did not get anything more with Khorne. Which I've not beat that game, though. I've not played through it 100%, but I did watch, like, a lot of the cutscenes past where I got to. And it sure didn't seem like the Khorne plotline was gonna come back around at any point. Maybe if the game sold better, they would have done some Khorne DLC at some point. But I just wish they just had more Khorne in it from the beginning. Or, like, diversify the demons in it in general. You know, if you, like, don't do just Nurgle, just Khorne. Like, they could have done all of them. They could have done Slaanesh, Nurgle, and Khorne. Especially because the Demon Prince seemed like it was already done. And the Bloodletters as well. So, like, why not sprinkle them? Like, the entire game is centered around, like, you're getting these, like, readings of planets being infested by Nurgle, so that's like that's your indicator of why you should be going to these planets, but it's just a shame. Because I remember that intro had me hooked, where I was like, okay, awesome, Grey Knights versus fiery red demons, this is gonna be great. And it's like, oh, but while it is Grey Knights, those fiery red demons are not coming back. That's only in the intro. Sorry. Like, what? Your attention getter? The thing that, like, is supposed to hook people? You never bring any of that stuff back? Nope, sorry. Like, oh, that's weird. That's a weird choice. That is a very well done game, though. It is on my list to return to and do a full playthrough of it like these videos. Okay, so we could have also went down that area. There was 2 ways to get down here, seemingly. There's one problem unit in particular down there. That it? No more? No one gonna stop me from walking up and taking this? Oh yeah, they don't seem to like that. Horn should have given you guys some guns. That sword is not doing it for you. That it? Nobody else? Oh, that was a drop off. I should have just grabbed the other one. Just in case. I heard noises like I thought there was another bloodletter over here, but it does not seem to be the case. Which the music ending was indicative of, but at the same time I was hearing weird noises and I was like, maybe there's something still over here. Okay. Is it this elevator? It is. You know what? That light shouldn't have been red, because that light being red was like warding me off.
This is Captain Titus.
Captain Titus, Underhull glance of Jove is at your disposal, Captain.
I must reach the orbital spire. Tell your pilot to make his approach.
Yes, sir.
I was like, red light means don't go there. So I gotta like loop around just to see if this thing is green. And good thing I did that, or else I would have just turned away and looked somewhere else. The Spire of Madness. Oh, the Blood Angels. That's right. The Blood Angels are in the... Oh, Blood Ravens. Never mind.
We joined the Liberation Fleet at Bakar, along with a squad of Black Templars.
Unleash the fury you showed in the Aurelian Crusade. Then we will be glad to have even a few Blood Ravens with us.
You may rely on that, Captain.
Then join the forces driving into the Demon host, and stop any enemies trying to follow me up the orbital spire.
None shall find us wanting.
Honor and glory, Blood Raven.
Prepare the heretics!
So far, so good. Wow, that guy freaked out there. What are you doing there, bud? Okay. Got him. Oh, there's another one alive right here.
Drive them back!
Whoa! Not so close, Bloodletter. A little bit scary. Where's the guy? There he is.
Ground forces, Alpha Marines drop pod incoming. Squad Regulus making planet war. Touchdown imminent. Alpha Marines location at drop point Validus. Cleanse and purge.
Alright, so we got both now. We got Blood Ravens and some Ultramarines. You better not be going for this.
The orbital spire.
Yes, sir.
Alright, standing up here is going to get me killed. Oh, that's our guy.
Captain Titus, Squad Solinus reporting in. Manufactorum Narses is secure.
Very good.
Your orders, Captain.
Contain the chaos threat here.
Understood.
Well, I'm probably not going to be allowed to keep this thing.
Thunderhawk ready for transport, Captain Titus.
I will need all your skill, pilot.
I will take you into the Eye of Terror if you ask it, Captain.
The orbital spire will do for today. Brother.
The Eye of Terror. Oh yeah, they definitely took it away. How dare they?
No, brother. Rejoin our forces and bring fury to the enemy. This battle is mine alone.
Yes, sir.
I remember this part being pretty cool though. Like you gotta jump between floating stuff. Nothing for me? Well, yeah, they're reiterating. Just in case you didn't know how to ground pound at this point in the game. You went through all the other sequences without ever using it. Which, man, would I don't know how a player would feel if they got this far and did not know how to do that yet. If they thought it was, like, exclusive to this area, or if they just thought that they didn't realize they could do that all the way till now.
This madness will not stop me, and neither will you.
Just smack them off the edge.
The dark gods of...
Nope, you don't get to finish your sentence. You don't either. Yeah, it is cool that enemies we normally... Oh, hey, look at that. Found another. Enemies we normally would have to do the, like, struggle button with. We don't have to when we got the hammer. That is fancy. Totally did that boost off of nothing.
Traitor. Their corpses lie.
We're just floating in the air when I did it. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. You better let me get rid of this hammer. Now that we don't have the jetpack, I do not want this thing. Okay, they did not swap out the guns. Good. Like they did for that other level transition. Can I go back? Can I go? No, I can't go back and get more ammo. New objective, hunt down Nemeroth. Whoa, how dare you?
The enemies of man are here.
You know what game I really want to play that I'm not sure how well it would do on the channel? Because it's a... Oh, what the fuck? It is a weird, obscure game, and it's not a Warhammer game, so that's immediately nerfing it when it comes to how well it's gonna do on the channel. But Trespasser, which if you don't know what Trespasser is, it's a very weird Jurassic Park game. Like, it's up there with the weirdest FPSs that have ever been made for big name franchises. And it has all these weird physics to it. To where you don't just do this. You don't just do this and aim. Instead you have to individually move your limbs to try and aim your gun. And of course that's really awkward, and you'd think wouldn't that make the game impossible if you were fighting enemies like dinosaurs that could just run up and chomp you, right? And that's what makes Trespasser so special, is that no. right, bud, you gotta die. But yeah, what I was saying, no, that is not how it is, because the dinosaurs have to do the same thing, but with their legs. So how you're awkwardly stumbling around with your arms to fire your gun, the dinosaurs are awkwardly stumbling around with their legs trying to walk up to you, just to walk up to you, to chomp you. And honestly, if that's how, because you know, I bring up Catachans and Tyranids a lot, and how I wanted a Catachan versus Tyranid game of some fashion. If that's how the Catachan game was, if it was Trespasser style gameplay, and you swap out the dinos for Tyranids, oh my god, would I have loved that. How fucking ridiculous that game would have been. That would have been a magnificent masterpiece of of something. Right, I don't know if masterpiece is the right word, but it sure would be amazing for if that was real. Because it's amazing that Trespasser's real.
For Sidonus and for the Emperor, I will finish this.
But yes, I'll probably do it. I'll probably do it at some point anyways. Like, even if I'm like, well, I don't know how well this is gonna do on the channel, I'll just be like, whatever, I'm doing it anyways. You know, I've done that before. Every now and then I play a game just because I want to play a game and not because I think it'll, you know, because most of the time it's like I want to play a game and I'll think it'll do well on the channel. But occasionally,
the slaves of the false emperor who dared claim it as their own lie dead at my hand.
Alright, Nemeroth, now I can finish my sentence. But occasionally, yeah, usually it's, I think, a video will do well on the channel and I want to play it. But sometimes, I just do it because I want to do it. Regardless. I just do that a lot less. I gotta really want to play something to do that. And Trespasser's one of those to where, like, it might break the threshold of me just going like, all right, let's just do this no matter what. Regardless of how well it does on the channel, let's play the real weird gumpy dinosaur game.
I offer up this world and all those upon it. I ask for the reward that was promised.
You want to talk to your gods? I will send you to them.
Admit it, Titus. The power of chaos is within you, calling to this relic. Imagine the Ultramarines dominating this galaxy in glorious conquest, with you at their head. Imagine the power you could wield.
As a slave to chaos, nothing you say can tempt me from the path of honor, or from avenging the deaths of my battle brothers.
I wonder what Chaos thinks of the Tyranids.
You are no threat to me now, Ultramarine.
You know, like if the Empire had completely fallen to chaos, and it was just the Chaos Empire fighting all these Xenos threats, how would they perceive them all?
My ascension! Grant me your favor. Corrupt my flesh. Make me demon. Show this fool the true nature of power.
God damn it. I was like, I'll roll and execute him. Terrible idea. He got up before I even got there, and I was killed. Instantly.
You challenged me to recover this fragment.
Oh god, I'm gonna have to pick up the ammo every time? That sucks. But I guess it's better than it's saving after I drop in there. This at least allows you to change your gear a little bit.
Lie dead at my hand.
Skip, 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 skip. He's got a face on his ass. Why won't it let me skip?
I offer up.
There we go.
You are no threat to me now, Ultramarine.
Oh, you what, really?
My ascension. Grant me your favor. Corrupt my flesh. Make me demon kind. Show this fool the true nature of
Oh, what a pain in the ass this part is. Yeah, no, do not flank me. You flank me, you die.
Have you looked to the skies lately, Captain Titus? You will.
Yeah, if I remember right, we don't even actually fight this guy.
Already our legions are pouring through. The slave of the false
Fuck off.
Emperor was trying to save this planet.
They keep hitting me out of my my aiming.
Instead,
No, for real, Bloodletter. Knock it the fuck off. Oh, why isn't it letting me roll through them? It's got me stuck.
invasion fleet will cross into this reality. Get clear!
Oh, fuck off, game. Bloodletter, you need to die. You just tagging along for this last portion is not okay. Just die. Get out of my fucking way. You piece of shit, Bloodletter, just fucking die. Whoops.
To the slaughter! Spill their blood! Ultramarines! Ultramarines fire!
Oh, you fucking game. I guess I was doing no damage when that shield was up, which means I wasted pretty much all those shots. If I remember right, that's it.
Your task is hopeless, Titus. I have the will of the dark gods behind me. But you have no one. And you will die here, alone.
Yeah, that's the final boss, really. Now it's like a quick time event for the real final boss. I guess he's not really an obliterator. He is like halfway to a demon prince.
I am unassailable. The gods of chaos protect me. with the very energies of creation.
You forget, Nemeroth. I am no stranger to the touch of the warp.
That move! He did the move that I didn't know how to do until, like, 20 minutes ago.
If it takes 1,000 years, I will rise again and take my vengeance upon all men.
Got my health back. Mash B. I'm mashing with all my might. Super mash. Tear his face apart. There we go. Yeah, very simple final boss fight, really, but at least it is cinematic, though. Yeah, crazy that did not kill him. And then this guy flies in, like, expecting him to be alive. Like, okay, he did it. Getting in there.
Look there, Ultramarine. You have saved this world.
That's all that explosion gave him. Like a hurt side. He broke a rib.
I see the Ultramarines are human, after all.
More than you know, Lieutenant.
I mean, mortal. I don't think human is the right term. Mortal, after all, not human. Definitely superhuman. He's right there.
Damned Inquisition is
Execute him in front of me, says Leandros.
His injuries appear chaos inflicted. You are certain of this charge?
Captain Titus has been corrupted by chaos, Inquisitor Thrax.
I am no heretic.
You lie! Only an agent of chaos could withstand such warp exposure.
I sent the demon to oblivion.
But did you have unholy assistance? We must know. You will submit to my authority, Captain, or the Inquisition must conclude that you have corrupted every Ultramarine under your command. Not to mention those who stand at your side.
Ignore his threats. Come on.
Are you out of your mind, lady?
Position will destroy you, Mira.
Yeah, ignore his threats. He'll glass your planet.
Dishonor. Leave my brothers and the lieutenant alone. I will come with you. I do not know why I can resist the touch of chaos, but I swear I will discover the truth.
We will discover many truths, Space Marine.
Codex Astartes leaves
No room for doubt. You cannot touch the warp and emerge unscathed.
The Codex Astartes is a set of rules. They guide us, shape us as Ultramarines, teach us to hold duty and honor sacred above all. But how we live with those rules is the true test of a Space Marine. And you have failed.
Yep, can't wait till you get torn apart by Rippers, Leandros. Like, right after you admit you're wrong, right? Like, as soon as you're like, we save you or something, and you're like, I was wrong about you, Titus. You're the best Space Marine I ever knew. And then the ground collapses, and you fall into a pit of Rippers. Planetary invasion contained. Strategic assets secured. Ongoing status quarantined by order of Inquisitor Thrax. Recommend course of action. Investigate Ultramarines Captain Titus for something. Evidence of heresy. Too bad. Too bad we never got a, I mean, Space Marine 2 is gonna technically be a direct sequel, but, like, how much of it is going to... Oh, 2010. So this game came out in 2010. Later than I remembered. I was thinking, like, 08 or something. But yeah. When I say a direct sequel, I'm talking about, like, if there had been a sequel in, like, 2012 or 14 or 16 or 18. Not all the way now. Not all the way in 2024. Like a decade and a half later. But still, it has done nothing but good for it that it has taken so long to do a sequel. When you see how epic the Tyranid invasion looks in the previews that they've shown. But yes, I cannot wait until that comes out, but yes. That is where I am calling it. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.